Oh, I'm going to sleep. Oh.
Okay, again, we have to pretend there's a line there on nothing. Dusseldorf, how many bars? Dusseldorf is right. Yeah. Very well done indeed. Very well done indeed. That adds another £250 to today's jackpot. Take. Needs your colour.
£5.
The chances of that piece being sold to a Hindu to use it in their home temple is highly remote.
Yeah.
It will go to a secular home as just a piece of sculpture.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
Well,
Is that okay?
it's okay. It kind of tends to lose its significance.
This is it. Is he still doing his job by going into that home?
I've got to say, if he's the bringer of good fortune,
He's right, but
if he gets sold for a good price, he's going to do it.
well, he had a good point.
You can eat the deal right now. We better get Ed back in.
A good rummage then.
Yeah, amazing stuff. But I found a couple of things I really like.
Okay.
It's Ganesh.
Yeah, the travelling shrine.
It's 125.
Okay.
You're not going to get an Indian paying for that.
Okay.
Give me a realistic.
A realistic price for you, and this is a one-off price, 75.
75.
How about that?
Why don't we just square that off? 70.
What else have you got?
I've got this little beauty.
The shell case, yeah?
Yeah, it's very delicate. I like it because it's pretty.
Mm-hmm.
And but it is £30.
How about we go for 50?
50?
50.
And 70?
Yeah, let's do it. 95?
Done?
I think that's 85.
Oh, we must don't get
That's how he does it.
I was doing really well.
Yeah.
And then I went,
Right. Just to be clear, the deal is 85 for the two items.
See you guys again. Cheers, Ed. Thank you.
Get yourself a lie down, Ed.
I will.
Leaving knitting with 180 still in the tank.
Well, hey, happy?
I'm happy with these.
Oh, good buys. Nice buys.
Now, what about our carless couples? Well, as luck would have it, they've managed to procure an alternative ride.
I loved the Volvo,
Yeah.
but this is a real classic, isn't it? Wow.
The 1960s Jaguar E-Type. Yeah, you could do worse.
It's rather luxurious.
Look at those tiny little windscreen wipers. Aren't they gorgeous?
Do you think this is an upgrade then?
I think it is.
I think so.
I think it is.
But enough of the car. Let's learn a little about Les.
What's the most exciting thing you have ever done in your career?
Oh gosh, I've done so many things, but I mean, I love getting out on a stage live in front of an audience. I remember going to see Me and My Girl, Robert Lindsay in it, and thinking I want to do that, and then I eventually got to do it. And I remember being tap dancing on a table in Me and My Girl, and looking down into the audience and remembering myself sitting there watching. And every time I do a stage show, it's just the most exciting thing to do.
Well, where we're off to next should be a real treat for our West End star, the spa town of Buxton in the Derbyshire Peaks. They're here to meet Jonathan Thompson, who's in charge of running this grand old building.
Hi. Hiya. Welcome to Munster.
Lovely to be here.
And welcome to the Buxton Opera House.
What a lovely, beautiful theatre, isn't it?
It really is, and we've been here since 1903. Would you like to come in and have a look?
Yes,
We would
please.
love to. That would be great.
This Edwardian Opera House was designed by Frank Matcham, the most prolific and celebrated theatre architect of the late 19th and early 20th century. Still boasting many of its original features, Buxton is one of only a handful of his theatres that still exist today.
Wow.
Wow.
Isn't it?
Beautiful.
Yeah. But what else would you expect from a Frank Matcham theatre?
Absolutely. Frank Matcham was just an incredible architect, and he had about 120 theatres throughout the country as
I've
well.
worked a few of them.
Absolutely, and not all of them survived. So we
No.
are so grateful that this beautiful building here in the centre of Buxton has survived for all of these years.
Matcham's groundbreaking designs were aimed at giving the best theatre-going experience as possible. He devised cantilevered steel balconies that didn't need pillars to support them, allowing for unobstructed views.
And what he did so brilliantly was acoustic.
The acoustics in here are absolutely incredible. We're quite an intimate space, so we've got 903 seats.
Right.
So whether you're sat on the front row of the stalls or the back row of the gallery, you get a perfect view of our beautiful stage, and also you can hear everything in this beautiful auditorium.
And Arita, you're in one of the posh seats.
I know.
You are the VIPs of the Opera House today.
But because of the rigid class structure of the Edwardian era, when this place first opened, not all the patrons were treated so kindly.
As you came through our main front doors, that would have been the upper class patrons that were coming to see the shows.
What about the rest of the people?
So there's 5 different entrances to get into the different areas. Absolutely. So the people in the, shall we call them the cheaper seats, as they were referred to in the olden days, would have been sent through a totally separate door to get into the theatre.
So they wouldn't get to see that beautiful foyer.
Absolutely.
Even though they paid for their ticket.
Absolutely.
Thankfully, things are a lot more egalitarian today. The Opera House plays host to a couple of annual international festivals and has outreach programs to get the arts out into local communities. And it's all made possible by the army of friendly volunteers who help run the place. But there's someone else in the theatre who's not quite as welcoming.
I've not actually seen the ghost myself. However, I do know that when we're locking up the theatre at the night time, there are strange noises that we are hearing around the building. I always make sure that I've got somebody with me. I'm never here on my own.
Les, what do you think? Should we go and search? See, can we find the ghost?
You go first.
What? Are you scared?
Just a little bit.
Courage, Les! It'll give you an excuse to nose around the areas that the public don't normally see.
Oh, I can sense something spooky. Real chills. Ah! Is that the ghost?
It's just me.
What are you doing?
I'm testing this incredible flight system. Do you want to come and have a look?
All right, I'll join you.
Oh, come on.
Exit. Stage left.
The space above the stage is called the Flies, as bits of scenery for a performance get flown in and out from there for scene changes. It's all controlled from the fly floor, and what makes this unique is that it's the same as when the theatre first opened over a century ago. And it's where the man in charge of all the technical stuff, Jim Morgan, likes to hang out.
What do you call these?
So these are line sets, and it's just a rope over a pulley at the top. So the most we can haul on here is 100 kilos, but because there's nothing helping you, that's just the guys lifting 100 kilos.
So for a big show, how many guys would you need up here?
You could well have 5, 6, perhaps 7 or 8 up here, yeah.
If you're ever backstage like we are now, no whistling.
Why?
Well, Jim will tell you.
So this is 120 years old. The guys that did it would have been sailors. So they communicate on the boats by whistling to each other. And so it goes, you don't whistle on stage, you might end up with something on your head.
Yeah, and there's another theatre superstition that Jim can shed light on.
Back in the days of variety,
Yeah.
you'd have people waiting, hopefully, to get their turn on stage, but you wouldn't be paid until you made it on the stage. The cloths that go this way are borders, the cloths that go this way are legs. If the audience can see you passing the leg, you've broken the leg, you'll get paid that night.
And it's not where the saying comes from.
Break a leg, that's why it's good luck.
Yeah.
Well, I never knew that. Funny bunch, these theatre folk. Meanwhile, our men in the Mustang are off to the final shop of the trip.
You know great thing about this experience is that I've never been in an antique shop.
You've never been in an antique shop?
No.
That's fantastic. Wait, you weren't phased by it?
Once I just started enjoying it,
Yeah.
then things started to come to me as opposed to me going, what about this? What about this? I started becoming a treasure hunter.
You were a treasure?
Yeah.
Sounds like someone's caught the bug. Their last chance to shop will be in Congleton in Cheshire at the Victoria Mill Antique Centre.
You lead the way.
In here?
That's the way.
Let's go.
Another big old mill building. They used to make ribbons here at one time, now repurposed to house lots of lovely things, all spread across 3 floors. Let's see if Nitin's newfound treasure hunting skills serve him well in here. You definitely learned that from David. With £180 left and their rivals on the way, they better get busy.
David.
You like a bit of the old exotic, don't you? I like them. You
Do you like them?
Do you like
I
them?
kind of like them, yeah. What about bookends, bookshelves?
They could be that. I think the Temple pieces, the fellow with the fabulous moustache, looks a little like a mandarin,
Right.
but they're not particularly rare things.
Yeah, maybe you're right, because I have seen stuff like this before.
Good things. But I think for buying and selling and making money, they're not that unusual.
Well, we're here to win.
Exactly.
Okay.
Let's go find something that might make us something.
I'm walking away.
Walk away. You do it well.
Now, out and about in the E-Type, the other two are having a quick performance appraisal.
You've been amazing. You got a natural eye at it.
Oh,
You
good.
really have.
You have really guided me. You know, if I've seen something, you've told me what you think and whether it's going to do it or not. And that's helped.
Too honest sometimes, baby.
No, not
Put
at
it
all.
down, Les.
Yeah,
Put
put
it
it
down.
down.
Well, then see if that teamwork can help them again as they arrive at the mill.
It's all right. I can walk to the curb from here.
Come on.
They still have £230 in hand, but arriving late to the party means they're slightly on the back foot.
Wow, another floor. More amazing stuff.
Mind you, it doesn't look like Nitin's made much progress.
Thank you.
It's all been too much there.
Hello, mate.
Okay.
You were right out then.
How's it going?
Yeah, good, good. I mean, this place is wonderful, isn't it?
I know. You know what? There's so much stuff here. It's
Yeah.
you have to have a break.
Yeah, yeah. That's why you needed to sleep.
How much money you got left? Or should I not ask?
A bit. What about you? Have you spent all yours?
Not telling you.
Okay, well, I'm going to have a look around.
Yes. I'm gonna just
Go back to sleep.
rest my eyes.
Yeah, come on then.
Good luck.
It's a good job someone's doing some work around here, eh, Irita?
You look excited, quite pleased with yourself.
Well, we'll look that way.
Ooh,
Pick that one up
okay.
and see how that makes you
Wow, that's
feel.
heavy.
That's because it's bronze
Right.
on a slate base.
Yeah. Maybe I need my glasses on for this. Mario. Sounds
Now,
like
Of the Auguste Moreau, who came from a dynasty of French bronze sculptors in the mid to late 1800s. Very collectible.
and they are copied very, very widely.
So we could have found copies, but
I don't think they are. The
Right.
quality is there. Everything about them to me.
suggests they're real.
Yeah, the £300 price tag would seem to agree.
If you like these and if you would want to have a go, we need to ask him what is his death.
He's dead.
Yeah, please.
So when he's dead, we can get them. We should rob them.
That is what you say
Okay.
when you want to know what is their absolute rock bottom price.
Oh, okay.
So much still to learn, there's. Now, refreshed from his power nap, Nitin's back on the case, or cabinet to be precise.
David,
Yeah.
look at this. Now, a Victorian rattle with a whistle and bells.
Yeah.
Mother of pearl handle.
Isn't that cool?
1834. Now, you see, this caught my eye because I've never seen anything like it.
I mean, that's incredibly posh.
It's expensive. It's 175.
It's what they make. But there aren't very many collectors of these novelty children's rattles anymore. So for me, it's not that exciting.
Okay.
Looks like there's a blank in here, unlike Les, who seems to be finding lots of things.
Oh, nice cocktail shaker. This kind of deco. Ah,
I think his keen antiques eye has spotted something.
Carita,
Yeah?
you know, we've just been to an opera house. What about these?
Opera glasses. Very impressive.
They are lovely, aren't they? And they look quite old.
Now, is there any writing on inside of the thing?
Oh, I'll have to put these on to check that.
That's where usually
Inside
the
of the
important bit is. Do they by any chance say Paris? Because that's where
They do say Paris.
the mother of pearl opera glasses are usually Paris marked.
I'm not enjoying the show. I'm going to check on you.
That's what people
It is absolutely.
it is what people, I mean, and this is a bit.
I'll have a look at the roof again because that's beautiful. Cherubs.
How much are they?
The price is £48. I think
I don't think that's bad.
that's good, isn't it?
They're meant to be, I think.
Oh!
Blimey, good pipes, Les. Grab your cherubs on the way to the dealer and let's see if he's singing the same tune.
Hello, Ken. Oh, hello. Hi, how are you doing?
Fine, thank you. You found something?
We have. We love these Morrow vases, so we're interested in those. But we've also seen a pair of opera glasses.
Oh, yes, in the cabinet.
Yeah. What would be your best price on the opera glasses?
We could do 40 on those.
40. Okay. What would be your? And apparently, I'm not insulting you. What would be your depth on the vases?
Priced up at 300, don't forget.
The absolute depth on the Morrow pair would be 150.
150 and 40. That's 190.
190.
190.
You're smiling at me.
Definitely, we'll go. That is a deal.
Yeah, fabulous. No problem. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much.
Lovely.
Yes, very generous discount there, Ken.
80, 100. Stop the car. 20.
So with £40 left, that's his shopping spree done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the knitting also. Nothing he fancies in here, so he's going to stick at 4 items and have £180 left over.
That was great, but I'm exhausted. Are you?
I know. I am really exhausted by the whole experience.
We've shopped till we dropped.
Oh, I've had a good time.
I've had a fantastic time. I'm so glad we did this together.
Yeah, I know. I really enjoyed
Oh.
it. Yeah, thank you.
I didn't know who you were before, but it's been.
Well, only one thing to do now. Take everything you bought and go sell it all.
Ready? Yes, all clicked in and ready to go. Watch my car. Mine's better.
But first, as Les would say, time for shut-eye. It's auction viewing day, and for R2 chums, opening night nerves are kicking in.
I'm looking forward to seeing how we do.
Well, I'm not sure about mine. I'm having buyer's remorse. I just have low expectations of myself right now, which has been a kind of a through line in my life. But so if I
It
get
shows like therapy for you.
Well, the show must go on, as they say. And after shopping in and around Manchester, we're heading way down south towards Bracknell in Berkshire and East Hampstead Park, a very grand Victorian mansion, where a retinue of antiques advisors are waiting to receive their guests.
Oh, magnificent!
Arriving in style or what?
Wow.
There you go.
Even
Is this
the
your house?
sunshine.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
Go on, I'll make you a nice cup of tea.
Come on then.
let's go.
Are you ready for this?
We are ready.
We're all very excited about it.
Meanwhile, all their items have been whisked away to Horn in Lincolnshire, at the sale room of Golding Young and Moore, where bidders are standing by in the room, on the phones and on the net. And selling them all, auctioneer Craig Buick. Les parted with £360 on 5 auction lots. Let's find out Craig's faves.
The favourite item's probably the James Dixon teapot that seems sort of into it, and there's a slight Cressida dresser linked to it, so I think they've probably got a good chance with that one.
Letting spent £220 on 4 lots. What do you reckon, Craig?
The Clint Eastwood Dead or Alive sign, I don't think you'll see many down Bourne High Street. It's an unusual thing, quirky, unusual sells, so I'll have a bit of fun with it.
Right, Tablets at the ready. It's time for curtain up.
Do you feel anxious?
I'm a little nervous.
Excited. I feel excited about it.
Well, let's begin. And Letty's Duff is first under the hammer.
There's some that have gone for millions.
You see, this is the bit that baffles me.
This
So
one, it has been worth every penny of it just for that.
£100 for a start. £100. We've got 30 bid on goal. £30 bid to anywhere now. 32, 35 bid. 30, 38, 40 bid. 42, 45 bid. 45,000 anywhere now. 45,000 bid.
Oh.
45,000 bid older than 45 sold. The commission of 45 is on the way. At £45.
That's
45.
so cheap.
Wow.
There are £1 million duck decoys, and that wasn't one of them.
I don't even know what you said there. I don't think we should know what you said.
Knitting's first item, the travel shrine, will Ganesh be smiling on his endeavours?
He's the bringer of luck and fortune and remover of obstacles. Right up our street. That's what we need right now.
We all need that right now.
£80 to start, £80. Oh,
What are you doing from 80 to 20?
22 bid. All mine at 22. 5 anywhere now at £22 bid. At
No.
oh dear. Oh dear. At £22.
I don't know what to say. I'm speechless.
I don't know.
I can't finish a sentence. I think it's wrong what you just did.
Perhaps he was removing obstacles on behalf of the bidder.
It's okay. It's all right. It's a learning curve.
The auctioneer's favourite now, the silver-plated teapot. Let's hope it sings to someone else.
£80 for it. 80 for the start. Who wanted £80? 80. £80. 50. 50. We've got 20 bid here.
Oh.
30 bid. That's £30 bid here and £30 bid. 32 bid. Come on. Up now at £35. Don't stop. At £42.
Oh.
Bad luck.
Sadly, that went a little off the foil.
But you loved it.
I loved it, but I haven't got it. I sold it at a loss.
Up next, Knitting's very sturdy Victorian chairs.
So it's £80 for the start. 80. Wow. Got 50 bid, 5 bid, 60 bid at 60. £60 bid. At £60 bid on the commission takes my commission. At £60 bid from anywhere. At £60 bid, 65 bid. At £65 bid,
Come on,
65, 70 anywhere. At £65 bid, 70 anywhere. 70 bid. 75 bid. At 75
Come on.
anywhere now. At £75 bid, you're quite sure for the two, not each. At £75 bid, you're quite sure. At £75.
£75.
£75.
On the plus side, it was nearly a profit.
There you go. Welcome to the world. Oh my goodness. No wonder we never have any money. It's a good job I haggled, right?
Now, can Leslie's big Chinese pot break this losing streak?
I have to say, my palms are sweaty.
Right.
I had never seen one like that. David has handled hundreds of Chinese objects and he had never seen one like that. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
It's one of those.
Now, the palms is going now.
£50 for it. Could be bars that £50.
Don't tell me they haven't got £50.
No! 25, 28 bid.
No.
It can still go.
That is a joke. And he's doing the size of it.
£38 bid 40 anywhere. At £38, go on, keep going.
That is a joke.
At £38. 40's bid. Oh, hang on.
I'm not getting excited about 40. That is ridiculous.
You're all sure and done at 42, but you're quite sure at 45.
Oh, we're back in.
We're at 48 bid. At 40. We'll sell this time at £48.
Well, it hung in bravely there, but it was not to be.
Oh.
That is what you call a disappointment.
Knitting's favourite find
Oh,
is next.
man.
Will this be good, bad, or ugly?
But the great thing with this is nobody knows what it's worth. So there isn't another example to compare it with. £20 for the start. Wanted dead or alive at what? £50.
What?
£30. Anybody wants it? 20.
Oh, what are you doing, man?
Ah,
Come on.
That £20 bid to no.
He's
It's just not our day today, is it?
At £20.
Oh, ugly it is. Not what you call a fistful of dollars.
I didn't think that was going to happen.
I secretly thought that might make £200.
Time to find out if Les and Irita's cherub vases can bring in a heavenly result.
I personally thought £150 was a bargain.
Right.
It just depends whether the right person sees them.
Where do we start? Is it £100 to start them? 100.
Okay, come on, bid.
It's £80 on the commission. At £80 bid on the Golden Young commission at 80.
Oh,
Come on.
At 80, commission bid takes and bid.
No.
That's shocking.
Figures each for 80. Quite sure all done at £80. Oh, ouch.
and they had such high hopes
Oh.
for those.
Somebody had a bargain.
Well, there you go.
Back for us. Looking for them.
Yeah, well.
Knitting's final lot, his brass mounted purse. Someone is going to shell out on this surely.
Go on. Oh.
Right, 20's bid.
Come on.
Come on, give us the profit.
£20 bid, bid at 20.
No, don't
No. £20.
Well,
Oh,
Do my eyes deceive me, or did we have our first profit?
I mean, this is quite intense for me right now.
Let's see if Les can do the same with his last lot, his opera glasses.
My Irish price got 15, 18, 20, 22.
he's actually got it.
Oh. At £28 bid all done at 28 bid.
Oh,
Pounds.
I'm disappointed, but then I've been disappointed by all my losses.
It's been one of those auctions, I'm afraid.
Well, I'll tell you what, Betty, I would do it again. I'm up for it. I've really enjoyed it. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
And it's been worth all the losses.
And if anyone wants to know, Les and Irita started with £400, and after settlement fees, they ended up with £239 and 26 pence. Nothing else to say. But Nitin and David, who started with the same amount, lost the least. After auction costs, they have £292 and 34 pence. So they take all the applause today.
Oh.
I'm driving, okay? Here we go. They were great. Love them.
Bye, you two.
Ready? Yeah.
Oh, James.
Bosch's interior design master champ Banjo Beale is designing the Hebrides. Press red to watch now in bringing design dreams to the islanders on iPlayer. Kerry Mulligan stars in a ravishing romantic drama, Far from the Madding Crowd, here on BBC Two tonight at 8:05.
Okay, let's do this.
So it begins. BBC iPlayer. Love what you find. Find what you love. Binge watch brilliant shows. From the latest to the greatest. Welcome to a place that is astonishing. Watch live BBC TV.
Sitting and Harland let their hair down. Not something we see here very often.
Find your next big obsession.
My life as a movie would be a classic.
Just press red. For the best way to watch TV on BBC iPlayer.
Hello everyone, I'm Matt. I'm an alcoholic addict. I'm terrified of relapsing.
I was so scared he would die.
If I do that again, everything will end. Is there a way to be recovered?
Matt Willis, Fighting Addiction, Wednesday at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
I could believe how quickly my lovely city became divided.
We just actually realised that we still completely disagree about it.
You're not going to kill each other. I will never love to go again.
Once Upon a Time in Northern Ireland starts Monday, 22nd of May on BBC.
Hello, welcome to Saturday Evening on BBC Two. I hope you love you. I'm here live with you now. There's Derby comedy in an hour before that. Treasures in trusting hands.
Every year, millions of us flock to the houses and gardens of the National Trust, taking a step back in time to delve into our history.
You can imagine knights on their horses clattering over cobblestone.
Whether in the grandest residence
We are coming into Winston Churchill study.
or a 2 up, 2 down.
It really is the birthplace of the people. It's humble terrace house.
But out of sight is a hidden world.
I love being able to go through those closed doors, the ones that say private.
Just slow down, Jamie. We're going to have to start rotating in a second.
With dedicated experts across the country,
I think this is about as delicate as cleaning gets.
battling to save treasured objects.
If we didn't intervene now, they'd just break apart.
I was getting particularly nervous. You thought it could rip any moment.
It's quite terrifying.
Revealing secrets
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh!
that tell the story of us all.
You can just stumble upon a treasure. And that's something I love about this job.
This time, 2 palatial houses in the Midlands. A globally themed garden wonderland.
Come down the Italian garden, through the Himalayan land, and here we are in China.
And a portrait with a hidden past.
There's just so many human stories at a place like Belton.
So it's quite a spectacular entrance, as you can see.
Not about office.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
High on a hilltop in Derbyshire, surrounded by 2,000 acres of parkland, is the magnificent Hardwick Hall.
You still pinch yourself.
Every day, yes, when I drive up the driveway and see the house on the hill, it's just amazing to be working here.
This spectacular house was personally commissioned in 1590 by the famously formidable Bess of Hardwick.
She's a woman who rises from quite a middle class background through her sheer force of character, intelligence, and several marriages to a very, very high position in British society. She's almost like the Queen of the North.
The recovery.
Powered by the wonder of what Bess has created. I'm a relative newbie to the National Trust, and it is actually my kind of dream job. Ever since I saw Hardwick driving past it on the M1, I thought this is the place I want to work.
Hardwick Hall was a statement of Bess's wealth and power. Each of its 100-foot-high towers is emblazoned with her title initials, Elizabeth of Shrewsbury.
She's a bit of a show-off.
Well, yeah, but I think I would be if I'd sort of fought adversity that she did at that time. I think she had a bad press in the past because people just assumed that she made her money just by marrying, but it was actually, a lot of it was her own intelligence.
Bess filled Hardwick Hall with over 8,000 precious artworks and artifacts. But perhaps of most value to her was one of her close friendships.
Elizabeth first is right at the end, so you can see her from a distance. She draws you down the gallery. This is known as the sea monster portrait because of the wonderful sea monsters that you can see on her dress. And this would have been commissioned by Bess as a sign of loyalty to the Queen. It shows her allegiance and her friendship with the Queen as well.
The two women met when marriage brought Bess into royal circles.
Bess of Hardwick knew Elizabeth before she was Queen as princess, and they had a close relationship all throughout Queen Elizabeth's life. So there was really quite a lot of trust between Elizabeth and
Bess.
Today is a big day for Elizabeth I, because having looked down over the Long Gallery for over 400 years, she's about to embark on her maiden voyage across the Atlantic.
This particular work is actually going on loan, starting at the Met in York. So we're going to have a look at it just to ensure that it's stable for transport. So that's an incredibly important work in the collection. It is quite nerve-wracking sending these objects on loan. There is always that concern because it is a living piece. If anything did happen to it, you know, volcanoes blow up, things happen in the world that no one can control. So if anything did happen to it, that one amazing piece would be lost.
Here to ensure that Elizabeth is strong enough to take on her American adventure are paintings conservator Nicole and senior national conservator Rebecca.
So it may look a bit odd, but actually having a pair of binoculars is very useful, as you might imagine. A good pair of binoculars.
But to give her a really close inspection,
Spread yourselves out gently.
Elizabeth needs to come down.
She's quite tightly wedged in. Yeah. Are we pulling? Yeah. It's wedged on this side. And we go for that, and I've got it up off the bottom. I've got a UV lamp. Let's see, I've got one too. We're now going to be competitive UV lamps. Because mine's bigger than hers. Yeah. UV lamps at door.
Although this portrait seems in good condition, the UV lights can see beyond the naked eye.
It's a bit pockmarked, isn't it? In the flesh, neck, and chest area. It's got a bit of a black on it, hasn't it?
Elizabeth's 400-year-old paintwork must survive a 4,000-mile flight. But Rebecca and Nicole have something up their sleeves.
It's sort of like it's getting a kind of undergarment.
To ensure the painting is cushioned from the rear.
Yeah, it has to be tight. We pack our paintings really carefully. They're in bespoke crates and designed especially to transport artwork. But a little extra measure is doing a stretch bar lining, and it kind of creates a little air cushion in a way. So you're just giving the painting that little bit of extra physical support. It's kind of like when you tune a violin string, the frequency of the canvas changes slightly, and the amount of vibration it goes through just calms down. Kind of feels good.
Okay.
Elizabeth isn't the only one of Hardwicke's treasures going on tour. Chosen to accompany the Queen is one of Bess's most remarkable pieces of furniture.
She writes.
The ornate and elaborate Sea Dog table.
Sometimes the Sea Dog table is called the most important table in England. The craftsmanship and the design process that's gone into the table, and also the fact that it still survives today in almost its complete form, make it a really significant piece.
Intricately carved by French craftsmen and decorated with an Italian marble inlay, the Sea Dog table has some surprisingly modern features. It can be extended for more diners and taken apart. But before it can be declared fit to travel, the table needs to be dismantled.
Yeah, that should do.
And thoroughly checked over by senior furniture conservator Jerry.
The Sea Dog table is a beautiful design, which is such a rare survivor. So it's a very rewarding piece of furniture with these very strong personalities on each corner.
The Sea Dogs, they're interesting. They're made up of a dog's face. They've got a campus sleeves as ears. They've got female breasts and sort of a dolphin tail. So they're quite eye-catching, I would say, definitely. This one's sticky.
Doesn't feel like it's a natural
Yeah, very technical. A lot of people do comment on the breasts on the Sea Dogs. you know, they are quite tactile objects, I guess, but obviously we don't know how to touch them. Bess seems to have a good sense of humour, so we should enjoy people's faces when they saw the table.
But for Bess of Hardwick, the Sea Dogs may not just have been a bawdy banquet conversation piece. In Elizabethan times, mythical sea creatures often had a certain significance. When Bess acquired the Sea Dog table in the 1570s, Elizabeth I could not afford to fund a full navy to take on the might of the Spanish fleet. So she recruited an elite band of English seafarers and explorers, among them Walter Raleigh and Francis Drake. They became known as the Sea Dogs and had Elizabeth's full authority to attack foreign fleets at will and reap the spoils.
The Elizabethan age is one of extraordinary exploration across the whole of the globe, and particularly becoming a naval maritime power.
The Sea Dogs also expanded the horizons of the Elizabethan world, establishing the first English colonies in the Americas. Now, nearly 450 years later, Bess of Hardwick's Sea Dogs are due to make their inaugural transatlantic journey. But their first port of call is the Royal Oak Foundation Conservation Studio at Knowle House in Kent. Inside this 15th century barn, the Trust's most delicate treasures receive pioneering surgery and treatment from the top conservation consultants in the country. Jerry must ensure that every part of Bess's extraordinary table is strong enough to travel.
We're taking it apart just to make sure that the table is stable materially for its exciting trip to America for the exhibition. It is a slightly creaky piece. For it to still be almost entirely intact, it's quite remarkable, and it's only happened because it's been cared for over hundreds of years.
But however well preserved the table may be,
You do that, slap a little bit.
there's something which could scuttle the tour. Woodwork.
That sounds rather hollow and weak because the larvae have been eating the timber inside. They don't come out to the surface when they're eating the larvae because it's a bit bright for them, and they don't like the taste of the polish on the surface of the wood, so they stay inside. It's only when they eat their way out to fly that you get a hold and you're more aware of them. And all of a sudden, you get a sudden collapse because so much has been eaten away. So it could fail quite significantly.
Jerry must now find a way to reinforce these woodworm-affected areas before the Sea Dogs can set sail for the new world. "250 years after the Sea Dog table was acquired by Bess of Hardwick, another Midlander was gathering prized objects to showcase his vision, this time in the great outdoors.
I want you to sort of brush your head on that. Coming out just that feel there, that touching point. It's just adds that excitement that enclosed in that. Even this fern here, this tree fern, hides that view around there.
In the heart of the Midlands, hidden away in a leafy Staffordshire valley, is the labyrinthine garden of Biddulph Grange.
What makes Biddulph so unique, that element of surprise around the corner, that playfulness, that you come round and then, oh, what's this way, you'll go that way, and you come through, there's some steps there, taking the fear.
This 20-acre garden was created by James Bateman, who inherited a family fortune and blew it on a horticultural wonderland, designed to take Victorian visitors on a global voyage.
To visit Biddulph, head down Italy, into China, out past Egypt, and we have a journey around the world each day.
And astound them with the marvels of nature.
A bit of Bateman's fancy
see upside down with the roof. You don't see that in any gardens. I just think it's fabulous. Other people might say more eccentric. You know, what's going on here with these stumps, these spikes sticking out? It must have been some crazy doing great place, but actually, he's genius.
The garden is now maintained by a small team of staff and 40 volunteers,
Brilliant.
led by head gardener Paul.
When I left school, I actually wanted to be a sign writer. And my sister was working in the tea room here, and I used to come along and pick her up. And I just saw this fabulous garden and thought, that's what I wanted to do. Started off as a trainee for a couple of years, then assistant gardener, then gardener, then garden manager, now head gardener. I go home, I love my family of my life. Second to that, still.
At the heart of Bateman's grand vision is the lush and opulent China garden. But one key part of it is missing.
It's China now. The best way to see China, through the tunnel. There's the view. Up to look over the water. There's quite a feature missing, and that is the China Bridge.
Since Victorian times, there's been a bridge spanning this lake. Hand-built by local craftsmen in around 1855, it was the centerpiece of the China garden.
Just a postcard photo from this temple normally. And that's so nice. The family used to stand on the bridge and have the photo taken all the way back towards the temple.
Having borne the weight of many thousands of visitors over the years, the bridge became dangerously unstable and had to be removed.
Forget it, it's been taken away, how bad it was. It is sad seeing it in this state. The bridge is a massive part of the garden. Biddulph isn't complete without the bridge.
Its absence is also keenly felt by Biddulph's volunteers.
I think it's just somewhere where traditionally when you come as a family, there's always a photograph taken on that.
Elaine's granddaughter Mia was just as attached to the bridge.
It's been a great place I can remember. It's one of the favourite parts. It's very peaceful, which is not something you get all the time. So when we heard that the bridge needed to be repaired, but why not raise some money for it? Because it's important to me, so yeah.
Over a month, Mia ran 52 miles, raising nearly £1,400.
I'm proud of myself. Anything else I've ever tried to do to raise money, I only got that.
With the bridge now beyond repair, the only option is a full rebuild. At the Conservation Workshop in Nottinghamshire, Joiner Sam is now facing this daunting task.
This piece here is the original, so I've taken that out for my benefit just to get my head around what on earth I've got to do to make that work. Because if you look at the hole, it's like, I came to the National Trust as a apprentice, so I got a 6-month contract. I've been there 10 years. I think I've just forgotten and realised the contract's over. This is one of the most awkward parts. As you can see on here, it twists in 2 directions at once.
To replicate the bridge, Sam must handcraft hundreds of these complex pieces.
So you just try to concentrate on one curve at a time. So one curve will match this curve here. And then once I'm happy with the shape of that, I will move on to the other curve. And I'm looking at it from this point of view now. I know this curve's right. I'm now looking at this profile. So I'll draw that onto there. So I'll cut that out now.
It's not just the scale of this construction that's weighing upon Sam.
Hearing Neil's story changes the job a little bit. Someone's gone out of their way and put their effort in for this project to come through, and just sort of takes it out of a work perspective somehow. It's more personal. There's a lot of pressure in some ways.
Sam has successfully crafted one more piece of the puzzle.
Just a little part of the jigsaw.
But there are still hundreds more to build and then fit together. And the plan for reopening is just weeks away.
It's extremely time consuming. Close to finishing, there's another piece in this doing.
Across its 300 historic buildings, the Trust staff and volunteers care for over 1 million objects. And the work they do can uncover stories untold for hundreds of years. In Lincolnshire is a grand National Trust property filled with treasures gathered from across the world over 4 centuries. Belton House.
This always reminds me of a hospital for some reason. When you get wheeled down for an operation, that might just be my local hospital.
Charlotte is the Midlands Cultural Heritage Curator.
I love telling the histories that they've been overlooked. Someone like Belton, whose history, the history of the family is usually quite well documented. And when you dig beneath, there are all sorts of other narratives within the collection, within the archives.
This country estate was built by the Brownlows, a wealthy dynasty of lawyers and MPs.
This is the corridor that connects bridges. And you see there's all sorts of innovations. This sort of pulley system, you could put an object or trains and have them sent down. We can see all the very prominent members of the family. We can see how they wanted to present themselves. I'm always interested in who worked here, who haven't been recorded. There's just so many human stories at a place like Belton.
Today, cleaning begins in the saloon on the 17th century Brownlow portraits. Starting with one which has its own hidden story.
Moving a 300-year-old painting is always a complex process. Moving a painting which is in its historic position is even more complex because you have to negotiate things like the wings of the dead game birds.
Margaret Brownlow was one of the 5 daughters of Sir John Brownlow, who built Belton House. This painting has not been cleaned since the National Trust took over the house in 1984. But taking it down allows the conservation team to focus on the other person in the painting.
So as well as Margaret Brownlow, you can see in the corner, somewhat hidden now in the shadow, an attendant. And we believe that attendant, probably due to their dress, was a servant child.
A century after the first English colonies were set up by Elizabeth Seadogs, plantations were well established in the West Indies.
By the 1690s, England and Scotland were slave trading countries. There were also populations of free black people or people of African heritage living within Europe and Northern Europe at that time. But the presence of an African attendant in the portrait may link to the family's wealth and status.
It's a fashion that we see emerging in Britain in about the middle of the 17th century. It'd usually be something you'd see in a portrait of a very prominent aristocratic woman. So what the inclusion of this because as it's to that level of society.
But it's the status of the young attendant that the team is keen to find out more about. Although the Brownlows had links to plantations 200 years later, there's no evidence of slaves at Belton when this portrait was painted.
I do this work with that knowledge that some of my ancestors were enslaved African people, and seeing African people portrayed in a subjugated pose in the visual language of the country house is a really important thing to acknowledge. It's history, it's our past, and it's here represented in our material culture.
In charge of cleaning the portrait is paintings conservator Polly.
I'm just looking at the level of varnish, and I suspect that at some point this painting will probably be partially cleaned. The easiest way to make a painting look better is to clean the lightest areas. So the flesh tones of the girl, they just look as if they might have less layers of varnish on them. So the figure of the girl is very prominently forward, and this figure is almost completely lost.
Holly will work on the painting in her off-site studio, while here at Belton, Charlotte and John will tackle another important part of its history.
We don't know the identity, unfortunately, of this child. So as well as we're physically trying to bring this figure and this child out of the shadows, we also need to do the research to understand who was this child. Were they actually an attendant here at Belton, or was it actually something that was introduced by the artist, which is something we do see sometimes in portraiture. I think we have a duty to these figures that were often left out of history, that were left in the shadows and in the corner. So, was this a real person? If we can find that out, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, somebody else in that. So I've got number 10 there.
At the conservation workshop in Nottinghamshire, there's been progress on the China Bridge.
Be careful of that.
Sam and his team have constructed the majority of the side panels, but now he's got to be sure they're all going to fit together.
Each one of these mill posts has a pad that it sits into, so there's not really any room for getting it wrong. It needs to come together and slot pretty much exactly where the last one did. That's slightly worrying. No, it's not worrying. It's got to be right.
Every side panel has traditional mortise and tenon joints, which should slot together without nails or bolts.
Okay, that one's ready to go together.
Today, Sam and apprentice Matt are testing them for the first time.
I'm quietly confident. 95% sure it will just not.
95, there's 5% down.
There's 5% that that's where will be power. Right. Slightly embarrassing, but it's a bit too tight. We're always trying to use traditional techniques. It's not necessarily as fast or as calculated. Should we try a different one? When I said they fit together 95%, I'm going to change it to 70. I think you need a bit of faith. Alright, hopefully that'll do it. Hey, there you go.
The rebuild of the China Bridge is one of the last parts of a 35-year-long restoration of Biddulph Grange. When James Bateman ran out of money and abandoned the garden, it gradually fell into ruin. Until the National Trust took over the grounds in 1988 to restore Bateman's unique creation. project now spearheaded by head gardener Paul.
We are going to replace one of the tree ferns here. We put one in there which is
James Bateman came in 1841, stayed for about 1868. So anything we plant in the garden, we try and find plants that were available before 1868. This is his vision. You know, it is James Bateman's garden. It will always be James Bateman's garden. We're just carrying it on for him, looking after it for him. And we do see him around today. But we have a few things with the office door not opening, a few lights going off and on. So I'm being careful what I say.
James Bateman's grand vision wasn't just about bringing exotic of the Victorian Empire to the Midlands. He also had a fascination with the mysteries of the ancient world. And the Stone Conservation Workshop in Somerset has just taken delivery of some of his antiquities. Bateman's Roman marbles.
Bateman always described himself as a botanist, but he also described himself as a gentleman and spent all his grandfather's money really indulging in his passion, which was collecting like the great Victorians did.
No one knows how Bateman acquired these artifacts, some of which may be 2,000 years old. But he was so proud of them that he displayed them in the entrance to the garden, his magnificent geological gallery. Helen has been in charge of the gallery's restoration for over 15 years, but there's still one vital task to complete.
Now this is where Victorians entered the geological gallery, and then on this wall is where the Roman antiquities would have been. I do miss them not being here, definitely.
Packed away in storage for over 2 decades as they're too delicate for display, Bateman's Roman marbles are 6 fragments of statues depicting ancient mythological figures like Goliath and Heracles. Conservator Douglas works with stone, plasterwork and marble, and together with workshop manager Tom, he's dreamt up a clever way of getting the marbles back onto the geological gallery's walls.
So I'm going to coat Heracles in a silicon rubber, and I'm building that up with a number of coats.
The plan is to create perfectly molded replicas, starting with Heracles, better known by his Roman name of Hercules. The famously strong demigod appears to have a fall.
Yeah, must be a bit careful, isn't it?
Weightless.
Yeah, carries on right down the centre, his head isn't through the nose.
If Douglas gets this mold wrong, he could cause significant damage to Heracles.
The risk is that any fragile areas of the surface of marble might be vulnerable to be pulled off when you take the rubber coat off. Heracles' nose is particularly fragile. You don't want to do any damage, that's the first thing. So I'm just stabbing it into as much as I can into the holes.
To create the mold, Douglas is using several layers of silicon. And to keep track of how many layers he's applied, he makes each one a slightly different color.
It's like into the cake, yeah, it's a bit like that tea cake. Yeah, should I stick a candle in it?
In keeping with his culinary theme, Douglas has a secret ingredient to finesse his mold.
I'm going to stop doing
The potato.
want my mould, finishing my mould, to be smooth. The easiest way to do that is to smooth it over it smooth. You can use various different things, but in this case, I'm going to use a baking potato. It's one of these things you hear about, so it's a bit of an experiment. I'm sure it'll be fine.
No, this has got lots of experience in this sort of thing, so I trust his judgment.
This is going to be good, isn't it? This theory is that the starch potato needs that rubber makes potato slide it over. So that's the theory. You do the store potatoes there for this. No. Yeah, I think I'm doing a pot noodle lunch. Oh, it's a little bit cute. Well, I'm just going to leave it. Let's just come up with this one. Thank you.
Underneath the surface, like many other areas, which are potentially quite big.
In conservation-intensive care at Nome, Jerry is working out the best way of treating the woodwork damage on Bess of Hardwick's sea dogs. He's called in National Furniture Curator Megan to offer a second opinion on an X-ray of the table.
So the faces seem to have been particularly attacked by worms.
Yeah, see the cycle all over the object. What's a little wrong about this is that now is surrounded by very, very big wood. So it's really quite big. This is nevertheless damage is done.
Dogs make strong enough.
Hello, Mum.
Jerry and Megan.
You're right. Oh, yeah. All right. Oh, all right. Okay, Mum. I can't watch it. I don't know how you watch it. You want Lee does it, doesn't he? Oh, is he? I don't know how he gets his standards on. All right, Mum. Love you, Mum. Bye.
There's no significant area of damage on any of them, I think, actually. So hopefully it's okay for that now. It's been a very special piece to work with. It's been great to feel part of the continuum of treatment over hundreds of years. Sufficiently robust quality that it's a piece that we should done. I think Bess will be delighted that the piece that she obviously loved is still with us so long after her death, and is a famous piece which is worthy of a tour that she could never have imagined in her time. I'm sure she'll be pleased about that.
With their inner strength restored, the 450-year-old sea dogs are fit to go into their travel crate, ready for their trip to New York. But getting Elizabeth I out of Hardwick Hall is a bigger undertaking.
Sort of tape around the edges. Yeah. Normally you would pack a painting on the spot, so we would put it in this crate here in the non-gallery. Like this painting is too big to get through the doors, so we have to take it just wrapped in poly to protect it. It's quite an interesting this painting. A huge amount of stairs. It's a little bit nerve-wracking, and so yeah, hopefully between us and professionals, it will safely on there.
Alright.
We'll be going through that middle door, in and then changing direction to hydro chamber. Towards the back end. Yeah. There's a great sense of achievement that we're coming to the end of this project. I think we'll be very relieved when the objects get to the net and taken out of their crates, condition checked and put back together just to make sure that they are safe. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing photos or images of them sat in the gallery looking wonderful. Thank you. You made it look easy weather, not stressful at all, which is good.
We will miss them when they're gone, but as I think it is really important that they get seen by other people as well. So I'm kind of happy that they've gone on their little trips as long as they come back safely.
Alright.
Put on clear layer of plaster, and then quickly comes up.
In the conservation workshop, the labours of Heracles Head continue for Douglas and for manager Tom.
We want to do this in one hit because we don't want to put the object any more risk than is absolutely necessary. And there's always a very minimal risk that it might pull away at material.
Well, it's time to take the mould off. I'm feeling hopeful.
The worst case scenario is that Heracles' nose comes off with the mold.
Am I an optimist? But you have to be optimistic, don't you? I mean, if you're pessimistic, I don't think conservation will be the job for you. Yeah. That's done with no damage. All of the head still on the head, which is probably not. Phew. Thank God.
Now he's made the mold, Douglas can mix up his model formula and make his replica.
Whole work is generally fairly labour intensive. Could be considered a labour of love.
Good. It looks good. It's all there. It's satisfying to see them together. I mean, it's a piece of sculpture. So now there's 2 lovely bits of sculpture.
Just the other 5, just the more complicated ones to do.
The Belton House's 400 volunteers maintaining its vast collection of treasures is a truly Herculean task.
Somebody's been nibbling away. The damage that can be inflicted upon peaceful individuals.
Charged with cataloguing one of the Trust's largest libraries are bibliophiles Eileen and Rob.
The crux of the project is to get a formal assessment of each of the books. And given that there are 18,000 on the shelves, it takes some time to quite a tough. I only going to record anything you can find out about this book. And what I've noticed, and for me, really makes it special with the book, is it bears the signature of Sir Richard Brownlow. And Richard Brownlow is the man I regard as being the founder of the dynasty. He was chief treasure notary to Elizabeth I, James I, and he was a lawyer that Elizabeth trusted. And it's the money that he accrued which led 100 years later, virtually, to the building of this house in the 1680s by one of Mr. Sanders. So for me, this is an important little book. I think it's one of us like holding history.
It's lovely. I mean, obviously I love it because I've done 10 years of being I'm in my 11th. And I'm also in the research group, which is wonderful. I love researching. I love being a detective. I do have a passion for the place. My husband says I'm obsessed. And he said I should go on Mastermind and answer questions about Belton.
Belton's conservation team is also on a detective journey to find out the identity of the figure hidden away in Henry Tilson's late 17th century portrait of Margaret Brownlow with an unknown attendant. The painting is about to undergo a full cleaning. But meanwhile, in Belton's archive rooms, paintings curator John is trying to find out if the attendant worked in the house.
What we find is that in parish records or household accounts, you find evidence of the people who worked in houses like Belton. So that material might be registers of births and marriages, wages of servants, just any household accounts which would tell us something about who lived here beyond the members of the family. My hunch is that this attendant figure is not drawn from another artistic composition, whether it's a drawing, a painting, or a print, but they are actually painted from a real person. Whether or not they're a model that he employed himself or a member of the household of the Brownlows is less clear. They show you just how far afield the servants of the Brownlows came over time. So at this point, you see Eliza Cox was born in Devon, Anne Brinsley was born in Oxfordshire, Lincolnshire, as you'd expect, and then as far afield as London and St Paul's. So on this list, I can't see anyone who's from overseas.
The conclusions of our research haven't shown any evidence so far that this attendant was a member of our household. So it would only be if there was any correspondence with the artist that ever came to light. But in the archive, within records, people's heritage and ethnicity wasn't always mentioned or noted. So it will really, we may never know.
For now, exactly who the young attendant is remains a mystery. But by removing hundreds of years of varnish, Conservator Polly might be able to give this figure more of an identity within the portrait.
The way to make it intimate areas, to clean the right areas that are considered important by the person. Clearly at that time, so obviously he was the person very much.
More than trees.
I'm hoping it's
Possible that we do intimate human story of the people who have worked here day by day. It's a snapshot or a moment in time, and it brings us close to the people who our predecessors were here in the palace.
3 different stories. 2 of them are true, 1 of them is false. The first story was that when he was in Liverpool this week, he bumped into somebody in the street who was double parked singing I'm Not a Girl. And when I say double parked, I mean pint in one hand, 1 pint in the other. It would only happen in Liverpool. But is it true or is it false? Story number 2 was that he had 2 breakfasts in quick succession. So he finished one brekkie, then had another. Rockstar, I know what you're thinking. And question number 3, story number 3 was that he has it on good authority that Rita Ora has pre-saved his new single Mountains. Which one of those is a lie, Molly?
Okay, I'm going to do a process of elimination here, Dean.
Okay.
So number 3, I'm saying is definitely true. I think it's too random. I don't think he'd just make that up.
Okay.
Unless he's trying to promote the new single. But I don't think that's a Sam Ryder kind of thing. I think that's true.
Okay.
So number 3 is true. It's between the singing Britney, I'm Not a Girl, Not Yet a Woman, with 2 drinks, and the 2 breakfasts. I think the big fat lie is singing I'm Not a Girl, Not Yet a Woman, because I feel like I'm probably the only person still singing that.
Oh, unless you're somebody in Liverpool. Oh, maybe.
Maybe
Well,
it was me, Dean.
Harry and Suffolk double parked as always, Molly. Pint in one hand, pint in the other.
You know me.
Harry and Suffolk think story number 3 is a lie. Sophie
Oh.
thinks that story number 2 is a lie. And Chris and Alex, on their way back from Wales, think that the second story is a lie. Shall we find out?
Breakfast. Come on then. Let's hear from you, Sam.
The lie is Rita, unfortunately. But I think she could do that.
I trusted Sam with that one.
Yeah, you shouldn't. So, and I'll tell you why. Because when he was on our afternoon show this week, he was obviously plugging the new single, which dropped on Friday. So this was Thursday's show, and I was like, "You sneaky little minx, Sam Ryder, you've picked one of these stories so that we all at home are thinking pre-singing new single Rita Ora." And guess what? It worked because it's doing really well already in the streams.
Oh my goodness, good on Sam. Good way to promote the old single. You've seen him doing the rehearsals, haven't you?
I have. He's going to be on our TVs tonight from 8 o'clock, performing in the grand final of Eurovision. He's back. He came second last year with Spaceman, and the new single Mountains is stunning. But Molly, I'm furious.
Go on.
He has been raiding our costume cupboard for his costume for tonight. It's all I'm going to say. I'm shocked and appalled. He walked past me in this particular costume, and I was like, "Have you been looking under my bed, Sam?"
Does he wear it better than us?
I'm saying nothing.
Oh, that's never a good time. All right, let's move on. Bit of Gaga and just dance.
Oh, red wine. I've had a little bit too much. All of the people stop to rush by. That easy twisted dance, can't buy a drink of man. Where all my keys, I left my phone. Go in all of the flow. I love this record, baby, but I can't see straight anymore. It's cool, what's the name of the club? I can't remember, but it's alright, just dance, you'll be okay. Just dance, you'll be okay. Wish I could shut my Playboy mouth. How to turn my shirt inside out, right? I'll draw your poison, babe. Roses is all they say, and we're all getting hoes tonight. Go in all of the flow. I love this record, baby, but I can't say straight anymore. It's cool, what's the name of the club? I can't remember, but it's alright, just dance, you'll be okay. Just dance, you'll be okay. When I come through on the dance floor, checking out that catalog. Can't believe I so many women inside the car. And I ain't gon' give it up, steady trying to pick it up like a car. I'm hitting up in the lights until until tomorrow, yeah. I can see that you got so much energy. The way you're turning up the hips round and round. Crazy little way you can't even with me. And I'm in town saying, let me watch you break it down. And damn, gonna be okay. Just dance. little robot in your room, you can just ask your smart speaker to play Radio 1.
You know it works in a normal voice too.
Yeah, it's not as fun though, is it?
This is.
All the time, you ain't even by my side. Yeah, 24/7 fascinated. You got me infatuated. Feel the power in your eyes. What's it good doing? It's pulling me back. Does it sit through your potion and my body reacts? Feel the chemicals moving. It's a matter of fact. Every time that you touch me, my body reacts. My body reacts, my body reacts, my body reacts, my body reacts. Say, what are you doing? It's part of my life. Does it sit through your potion? My body reacts. Feel the chemicals moving. It's a matter of fact. Every time that you touch me, my body reacts. My body reacts, my body reacts, my body reacts, 24/7 on my mind, midnight all the time. My body's hypnotized. There's something about you, love and magic, makes it come alive. Makes it come alive. Head on fire, red eyes flashing, brings it back to life. What's it good you doing? It's pulling me back. Does it sit for your potion? My body reacts. Feel the chemicals moving. It's a matter of fact. Every time that you touch me, my body reacts. My body reacts. My body reacts. My body reacts. It's the time that I share my confession. You've been stuck in my head, my obsession. Oh, I found the fire, you're gassing me. So wait for me. Oh, yeah. What are you doing? It's pulling me back. Does it sit through your potion? My body reacts. Feel the chemicals moving. Matter of fact, every time that you touch me, my body reacts. My body reacts. My body reacts. My body Radio 1. Guide to Eurovision. I'm feeling love, give my heart to El Diablo, El Diablo. I give it up because he tells me I'm his angel, I'm his angel. Tonight we're gonna burn in the party. The fire, that's how I look. Part of the section and the bodies. The deco, the money, yeah, that's my move. All your faces, smiles like icy. Yeah, just baby, it's true. Tonight we're gonna burn in the party. It's heaven and hell with you. Mama, tell me what to do. Lola, I'm breaking the rules. I'm feeling give my heart to El Diablo. I give it up because he tells me I'm his angel. I'm his angel. El Diablo, El Diablo. I gave my heart to El Diablo, El Diablo. Tonight we're gonna dance in the moonlight. We're Banana shakes on the floor. Half flip, flip, pendulum twist. Touch me and more. All this spicy smells like icy, dangerous, baby, for sure. Tonight we gonna dance in the moonlight, and then we gonna do it some more. Mamacita, tell me what to do. La 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 la, I'm breaking the rules. I give my heart to El Diablo. I give it up, because he tells me I'm his angel. I'm his angel. El Diablo, El Diablo. I feel love, I gave my heart to El Diablo, El Diablo. Not that finish. Hello there, and El Diablo. It's Molly and Dean here with Radio 1's Guide to Eurovision.
Right, if you're having a party, stand by, friends. We're about to kit you out with what should be on your Eurovision bingo card. It's going to be on BBC One in 25 minutes. Here's The Weeknd and Blinding Lights.
I've been on my own for long enough. Maybe you can show me how to love. Maybe I'm going through a drought. You don't even have to do too much. You can turn me on with just a touch. Baby, city's cold and empty. No one's around to judge me. I can see clearly when you're gone on myself. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, I'm drowning in the night. Oh, when I like this, there's one night. I'm running out of time, 'cause I can see the sun light up the sky. So I hit the road in overdrive, baby. Oh, the city's cold and empty. No one's around to judge me. I can see clearly when you're gone on myself. Blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, I'm drowning in the night. Oh, my God, like this, there's one life. You know, I can never say it on the phone. They'll never let you know this time. I said, I'm by the lines. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. Blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. Radio 1. Guide to Eurovision.
Right, welcome along to the show. It's Steve and Molly live on Radio 1, and we're building up to the Eurovision Song Contest on our TVs, BBC One tonight at 8 o'clock. But Molly King, you can't watch Eurovision without having a Eurovision bingo card in your hand.
Absolutely.
So these are things, right, that if they happen during the programme, you have to cross them off your bingo card. Or if you're having a wee cup of tea or a lemonade, you can have a little sip.
Yes, go on, Dean, give us just one example of these.
If one of the acts has a key change in their songs.
Oh, yes, and gets up out of a chair at the same time.
Yes!
Yes!
Cross it off the bingo card. What should we be adding onto our bingo card? 03700 100 100 on WhatsApp. Let us know and we'll stick it on there.
Yes, cannot wait to hear those. So Dean has been very kindly talking us through all the different acts that are going to be playing this evening. Shall we hear from more of them?
Radio 1. Guide to Eurovision.
Let's continue with the countries we'll be seeing in this year's grand final, starting with Armenia. Armenia have brought us a big, broody ballad. Expect to see some choir stage over this one with a little Eurovision flair. Next, we're going down under. It's Australia. Eurovision's newest contender, Australia, debuted at the contest in 2015. It's fair to say you won't miss this year's act with some absolutely over-the-top dress sense and a track that's going to make anyone pay attention. Next, it's Austria. Austria pose an intriguing question this year with the title of their track, Who the Hell is Edgar? Which I've been asking myself all my life. In case you're wondering, Edgar is in fact Edgar Allan Poe, the Gothic American writer who died in 1849. So sadly, he won't be appearing at Eurovision this year. Next, it's Cyprus. Cyprus have decided to go with a ballad this year. The track is big on strength, stating that a broken heart can't be broken again. We'll give them my experience in the dating where lad begs to differ, but moving on. Next, it's Estonia. Estonia's entry brings us a ballad dedicated to shaking off the shackles of a past relationship. But can such a deep song compete with all the dance in this year's contest? I like to think it can. Next is Lithuania. Lithuania have chosen a very heartfelt act this year. Monica sings about the difficulties of helping someone you really care about through depression. Trust me, get the tissues ready for this one, friends. Finally, it's Slovenia. This is a simple yet sweet pop tune. It wants nothing more than us all to be happy, and what better reason to be at Eurovision.
I couldn't agree with you more there, Dean. You are really hooking us up with these facts, aren't you?
Oh, you're so welcome.
I have got a question for you, though.
Go on.
So, you know how Maria was actually teaching me that the top five, the big five, they don't have to qualify. They go straight through to the final, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
They don't have to do any of these semi-finals.
No.
Now, these semi-finalists are kind of getting a proper dress rehearsal by doing these gigs this week.
Yeah.
Have they got an advantage?
I don't think so, no, because what you don't know behind the scenes is that there are what they call jury run-throughs. So they have dress rehearsals, lots and lots of dress rehearsals actually, and they have these jury run-throughs where people come and they sit in the auditorium and they watch all of their performances, and the big five, including Ukraine, are included in that. So you could say that yes, they've been out there, they've been in front of a live studio audience on the telly, but what you don't know is that off the telly, these performances are still happening in front of a live studio audience, and the jury do these sort of mock-up votes and everything. So you can make it whatever way you like, but I think it doesn't really matter tonight when they're sort of thinking there's going to be about 160 million people watching this program tonight. I think everyone is just going to be as nervous as each other, regardless of whether you got to perform in the semi-finals or not.
Yeah, so true, so true. Oh my goodness, I almost feel kind of nervous just talking about it. I cannot imagine performing in front of that many people.
Yeah.
We're actually still after your bingo Eurovision ideas. I thought of another one myself, Dee.
Go on.
What about when mid-song they have a beautiful costume change. Like they
Let's stick that on a Eurovision bingo card. I'm going to add one in as well from Graham Norton. So if Graham Norton throws shade at any of the acts, just sip with your cuppa and stick it on from Rosalind, who really competed in Turin in it last year for Armenia. Now, Molly King, this song Snap is officially the most popular Eurovision song in history. Do you want to know why? It is. It is. Do you want to know why?
More than Gina G?
More than our Gina G.
No.
Yeah, more than and John Newman.
Go on, tell me why.
It's because it has 604 million streams worldwide. And if that's not all, the song came 20th in the contest last year, which shows that you don't have to win the Eurovision Song Contest to be a global success. Rosalind now lives in LA and she's got a record deal. Let's get it on. This is Rosalind and Snap. You've definitely used this in a TikTok, by the way, I swear.
It's 4 a.m. I can't turn my head off. Wishing these memories will fade and never do. Turns out people lie. They said just snap your fingers, as if it was really that easy for me to get over you. I just need time. Snapping 1, 2. Where are you? You're still in my eyes. Snapping 3, 4. Don't need you here anymore. Get out of my eyes. 'Cause I might snap. I'm writing a song, so this is the last one. How many last songs are left? I'm losing count. Since June 22nd, my heart's been on fire. I've been spending my nights in the rain trying to put it out. So I'm snapping 1, 2. Where are you? You're still in my eyes. Snapping 3, 4. Don't need you here anymore. Get out of my eyes. It's on my It's on my And if one more person says you should get over it, oh, I might stop talking to people before I stop. Oh, I might stop talking to people before I snap. Snapping 1, 2. Where are you? Where are you? Still in my eyes. Still in my eyes. Don't need you here anymore. Need you here anymore. Cause I might stay in the sun. Cause I might stay in the sun. Get out of my way. Cause I might stay. Get out of my way. Cause I might snap.
Just when you thought it couldn't get bigger, I've got one more act to add to the lineup. Listen Monday morning from 8. Radio 1.
Guys to Eurovision. Somebody said you got a new friend. Does she love you better than I can? Big black sky over my town. I know where you at, I bet she's around. Yeah, I know it's stupid, but just gotta see it for myself. I wanna dance all night. I'm all messed up, I'm so out of line. Stilettos and broken bottles, I'm spinning around in circles. I'm in the corner, watching you kiss her. Oh, I'm right over here. Why can't you see me? Oh, I'm giving it all, but I'm not the girl you take it home. I keep dancing on my own. So far away, but still so near. Go on, the music dies, but you don't see me standing here. I just came to say goodbye. I'm in the corner, watching you kiss her. Oh, I'm giving it all, but I'm not the girl you take it home. I keep dancing on my own. I'm in the corner, watching you kiss her. I'm right over here, why can't you see me? I'm living in my life.
Robin and Dancing on My Own.
Oh, nearly time. We have about 8 minutes until the Eurovision Song Contest is live on BBC One. I want to say a shout out to a few people who are getting settled down to watch it or getting their party on to watch it, should I say. If you're the Area 51 girls from Kent, having a watching party, bringing food and drink and desserts from countries included in the contest. That's cute.
Oh, such a good idea. Hello also to Keats and James, who are driving back to Liverpool, saying Austria for the win. Oh, I like this.
And Teresa, Tom, Frank and Josh getting into the Eurovision vibes. England or Ukraine to win, they say.
Oh, nice one. A really sweet one here. Hi, Molly and Dee. We're taking our boys Charlie, age 10, and Finn, age 6, to see Sam Ryder next Saturday in Marlow. We haven't told them yet, as we want to surprise them. They're such huge fans. They'll love that.
Nice, you'll absolutely love that. He's incredible live. And finally, Jack wants to say a shout out to Rosie. It's her birthday tomorrow. There you go. That's for you. Right, here we go. We have 6.5 minutes before the contest begins on BBC One. Get your drink in hand, find the comfy spot on the sofa.
Get the popcorn ready, I'd say.
A couple more tunes from us. Here's Majestic and Boney M on Radio 1.
Dean, you're going straight there, aren't you?
I am. As soon as we clock off here at bang on 8 o'clock, I am going to be heading over to the M&S Arena in Liverpool to enjoy the vibes and the Eurovision Song Contest. Honestly, Molly King, it's like gay Christmas for me.
I mean, we've had such a wonderful time, and you've really kind of held my hand through this. I feel like I know what I'm expecting now tonight.
Oh, honestly, expect the unexpected, because there are interval acts throughout the show tonight, and there are some very, very special performances happening. There's apparently this surprise act. I know nothing. Don't even ask. But
Do you actually know?
I literally know nothing. They don't tell me anything like that. Come on, I would literally be telling you right now. So yeah, that's happening tonight. So tune in. It's going to be a lot of fun, and it's just a bit of life relief, isn't it?
Yeah, we need that, don't we? If you are keeping it Radio 1, Jeremiah Asiyama is coming up next. Until then, though, should we leave you with a bit of Zara Larsson?
Yes, Molly King, I love you. Thank you for coming to our Radio 1 Eurovision party.
Have had a ball, babe. Have fun.
Don't even know when she can dance on her own. Clubs closing, but she ain't going home. Night is still young, where the hell will she go? Nobody knows, nobody knows. Ain't the first time, cause I've seen her before. Smell of perfume as she walks through the door. I wanna know where the hell will she go? Nobody knows, nobody knows. No, you can't tell her. She runs her own world. So if you wanna party all night, no, you can't tell her no, and you can't tie her down. When the night comes around, says you gotta party all night, and you can't say that, can't say that, can't say that. She's so magnetic, pulls you in every time. Now she don't care, she gonna do what she wants, because she never needed any reason. Yeah, she a girl, she just wanna have fun. No, you can't tell her. She runs her own world. So if you wanna party all night, no, you can't tell her no, and you can't tie her down. When the night comes around, says you gotta party all night, and you can't say that, can't say that, can't say that. And you can't say that, can't say that, can't say that. She can dance on her own. Club is closing, but she ain't going home. Night is still young, where the hell will she go? Nobody knows. Ain't the first time, cause I've seen her before. Smell her perfume as she walks through the door. I wanna know where the hell will she go? Nobody knows. No, you can't tell her. She runs her own world. So if you wanna party all night, no, you can't tell her no, and you can't tie her down. When the night comes around, says you gotta party all night, and you can't say that, can't say that, can't say that. And you can't say that, can't say that, can't say that. Now, Radio 1's Sound System Party with Jeremiah Asiyama. Let's go! I get my rhyme on plus. Being the teacher make it right, the good night is plus. I get my rhyme on plus. Being the teacher make it right, the good night is plus. I get my rhyme on plus. Being the teacher make it right, the good night is plus. I get my rhyme on plus. Being the teacher make it right, the good night is plus. Sound system party. And we're in. Saturday night on Radio 1 Sound System Party starting a little bit later. But that means there is no warming you up. We're just going straight in with these bangers tonight. We kicked it off with MK and Dom Dollars Rhyme Dust, Jalen on the edit and this. Lujo with Vamanos, and Vamanos means let's go. So let's do it exactly that. Let's go on a Saturday night. If you are with us, 03700 100 100. Who are you stepping out with tonight? What are your plans? Are you watching the TV? Are you using us as a soundtrack? I want to know it all. Like I said, 03700 100 100 on the Radio 1 WhatsApp number. Big show, big vibes, that's all we need. Send me some music from Major Lazer. And this is Kick It Low. It's a party.
en la discoteca que calor. Y acá, para la muñeca, por favor. Acá, en la discoteca que calor. Y acá, para la muñeca, por favor. Ya no me entiendes si yo le hablo en español, pero se aprendió la canción a la perfección. Por mi patria, por mi nación, ninguna discriminación. Aquí no hay raza ni religión. Bailalo por oro.
Huge stones, almost 2 meters long, they protruded about half a meter above the clay, above the sand. But we very soon realized that there are no such natural rocks in this area. This is a flat area, and there is no way that natural rocks would be there.
Stranger still, 6 of the 7 giant stones have been placed upright, their bases firmly implanted deep into the ground. The team realizes they found one of the earliest examples of the ancient world's most enigmatic monuments. A megalithic stone circle that's 4,500 years older than Britain's Stonehenge.
The space inside is too small to serve as a dwelling or a storage or an installation of production or something. It must be a megalithic structure.
This remarkable discovery is giving experts a unique opportunity to investigate an untouched ancient stone circle and the people who built it.
How could this structure be preserved? Probably because it was covered by sand for thousands of years. And only recently it was exposed. So the sand preserved it, protected it from the marine erosion.
But at Lit Yam, not only do we have the monument, we've also got the skeletons of the people who lived in that village, and we also have the evidence of how they lived their lives. And so bringing all those pieces of evidence together will help us really understand how these monuments were used, what the people were doing, and maybe even why.
This underwater Stonehenge provides a snapshot of a world 9,000 years ago, and a monument twice as old as the Great Pyramid at Giza. The location on the shores of the Mediterranean was precarious, but ultimately the sand and clay preserved the stone circle alongside the bodies of the people who used it. So who were they? And what can their remains tell us about the other mysterious stone circles, including Stonehenge?
At Lit Yam is like a missing link.
Except for sunshine with Freeman's. Wherever your summer takes you, shop fashion, beauty and home with free delivery on everything. Plus 25% off your first order with FlexiWear. Freeman's, be more free.
Like this.
Release your energy. This is my baby I'm worried about. My paddles fell out so much I'll never take her off the floor. Don't compromise your practice just because of a frosty pad. We're always discreet like me. Who's still admiring? Hold on. Watch this. Wow. Where did it go? Who cares? It protects and it's so much thinner. Look at you. Always discreet. Strong protection. Incredible discretion.
Not once.
Alright, Lee, can we do FaceTime so I can see Mum? Cheers.
Too much needs and calm. The onesie is what he seeks, it's not been washed for weeks. But something built in to make her smile. Calming, loud, endearing chamomile. Oh, she's found that chilled out zone. And now she's not alone. You are bold.
Bold, lavender and chamomile. That is brilliant, clean, and a calming scent. Always keep away from children. I love this band.
Well, let's go see them, it'd be great.
There's nothing great about feeling my bulky pea pants all day.
Don't miss a gig of a lifetime just because of bulky pants. We're all sweet like me.
Will these really last?
Look, the last morning, noon, and night.
Wow, it sets it all off. It feels like I'm in underwear.
Never thought I'd see this. I never thought I'd see this. Always discreet, up to 100% discretion and protection.
Don't let an allergy put your life on hold. Press play with Peary. Live life in Peary colour.
What's that?
It's a Raffaello ice cream.
Really?
Did you just say Raffaello ice cream?
You mean on a stick?
The coconut taste, but in ice cream. Raffaello meets ice cream and becomes Raffaello ice cream for a surprising pleasure. Raffaello and Ferrero Rocher ice cream by Ferrero.
From Louis to Archie, meet a new generation. It does fall upon Charles to educate as they prepare to live a life of duty.
We need to learn as much as possible.
They represent the future of the royal family.
The Fab Five, the King's Grandchildren, next Saturday at 9:20 on Channel 5.
Relax. Simba Hybrid Mattress sponsors evenings on Channel 5.
9,000 years ago, a prehistoric community living on the banks of the Mediterranean constructed one of the earliest megalithic stone circles ever found. Now, submerged off the Israeli coast, experts are hoping its preserved remains can help reveal why the ancient world went to such lengths to build these mysterious structures.
These stones are huge. They're about half a ton each. They did not occur nearby. They had to be brought to this location. They are shaped. They were put into place. 6 of the 7 are still standing. This was a very deliberate, purposeful act.
These structures cannot be a project of an individual and not even a family. This requires the collaboration of the whole community.
So who were the people who built this remarkable monument? And why did they do it? Working out their motivation could help unlock the secrets of the puzzling stone circle building tradition that culminated with Stonehenge.
Stonehenge is one of the most spectacular prehistoric monuments in the world. There's a reason that millions of people still come to visit it, and it's because it compels us. When you're looking at Stonehenge, you're seeing a culmination of the labour of people, extraordinary use of resources, and an astonishingly complex, perfectly executed idea.
For experts, the age of this underwater stone circle could provide a clue as to why it was built. Because 9,000 years ago, this was a community living during one of the most seismic events in human history. The end of the last ice age.
Over the history of the Earth, which starts back 4.6 million years, ice ages have come and gone. The last ice age that we know of is actually called the Pleistocene, and it finished around about 10,000 years ago.
For thousands of years until this time, humans had survived as hunter-gatherers. This was a nomadic lifestyle, involving traveling often vast distances to search out sources of meat and vegetation as the seasons changed.
Hunter-gatherers by necessity are mobile.
they've got to keep moving. They need anywhere from 7 to 750 square miles to support their group with wild foods. And their groups, as a result, are quite small.
But as the planet began to warm up and the ice started to melt, new opportunities for food emerged.
During this time that these glaciers and ice sheets were retreating, huge amounts of land was exposed, and because climates were warming, this created the ideal conditions for vegetation to start to flourish.
The area that saw the first great transformation was the swathe of land east of the Mediterranean. Known as the Fertile Crescent, it's here where the world's first ever settlements were built.
With the changing climate, and particularly with this explosion in vegetation, humans at that time were able to start to harness what this gift of nature had brought them. This meant they could stay in one place and survive as a community.
A transition to agriculture involves a completely different way of organizing your life on the land. It makes it possible to put aside food, to store it, and that allows the existence of a larger population in any given area. From our perspective in the modern world, it's actually the beginning of what we think of as home, modern life.
This shift from primarily hunting and gathering to primarily growing one's own food and raising animals is absolutely epic in its impact on human history.
The Fertile Crescent has long been considered the birthplace of this new way of life, and the perfectly preserved archaeological remains off the Israeli coast back this up.
We found more than 100 species of plant seeds. We have domesticated barley and domesticated lentils.
The settlement was home to some of the world's first communities to grow their own food. The archaeological evidence reveals it was one of the most catastrophic moves in the history of humanity.
So you can support a larger population in one place with agriculture, but that actually sets you up for trouble when crops fail.
Early farming was quite precarious. You're only really one harvest away from disaster. If you don't have the means of finding food in any other way, then if your crops fail, you are doomed.
And it wasn't just how much produce was available that was a problem for the early settlers. It was the food itself.
Previously, hunter-gatherers would have been able to respond to changes in their environment, and they would have harvested and hunted from so many different sources of food. But when you're a farmer, you're restricted really to what you grow.
Nutritionally speaking, the shift to agriculture was a disaster.
The life expectancy of a typical hunter-gatherer was over 60 years. But most of those growing their own food died in their 20s. The new way of life also saw the average height of both men and women plummet by a staggering 5 inches as the result of poor nutrition.
Agriculture hugely impacted, for the worse, human health. The reductions in lifespan and stature took 10,000 years to reverse, and some populations still haven't recovered.
The world's first farmers were fighting for survival on a daily basis. The dependence on crops meant a flood or a drought could wipe out entire communities. Experts suspect it was no coincidence that the underwater stone circle was built during this time. When people face severe hardships, they turn to higher forces.
Throughout human history, we see evidence of people trying to kind of get their hands around what's around them, things that are scary, just things they simply don't understand. It's a very natural impulse, a survival instinct to latch onto anything you think might give you some sense of control.
It's very, very likely that the monumental structures, these ritual structures that we see in Yam, were in some way to address those concerns, to address those worries, perhaps to appease the gods, to ensure that they did have a a steady supply of fresh water, that they did have the sunshine, because those are the things that stood between them and death.
The traditions and rituals born here 9,000 years ago may be some of the earliest foundations of religion.
They would have logically sought to understand what was going on in the natural world and to do anything that they thought might actually influence the rising of the sun, the coming of the rain, and the growth and harvesting of their crops.
Exactly what was going on in people's minds, we don't know. I think we can say it's something more than anything that's practical in our terms, and that's why we would say it's to do with some sort of sacred significance, ritual, if you like.
When the now submerged stone circle was built, many of the world's first farmers were living miserable existences and dying young. Experts suspect the settlement's monument was built to appease the gods and help the people who lived here raise their crops. And the amount of effort involved in moving the huge stones to build the structure suggests they saw it as crucial to their survival.
They were still at the mercy of the natural elements. If there was a drought, their crops would die. If there was a flood, the young plants would be destroyed. And so I think it's very likely that they would have said, well, the gods are angry, or the spirits are angry, or we need to appease the ancestors. This is a monument that is for something greater than the people who are building it.
Now, detailed analysis of over 90 skeletons recovered from the sea floor reveals that whatever the ancient people that built this stone circle were doing, it paid off. Most Stone Age settlers didn't live much beyond their 20s, their lives cut short by disease and malnutrition. But the human remains from this drowned settlement tell a very different story.
In Achicham, you find many more older people, 40 or 50 years of age. This is exceptional. Demographically, the population were flourishing.
On this area of the Mediterranean coast, people were living almost twice as long as other crop-rearing communities in the region. And their bodies showed less signs of the stress and illness that plagued other early farmers. So what were these people doing differently? A discovery at the center of their 9,000-year-old circle may offer a clue.
We realized that there in the middle there are traces of freshwater spring. We found some sediments typical to springs, freshwater, and we found some plant species also typical to freshwater.
A reliable supply of fresh, clean water was essential for the survival of these early agriculturalists. Experts now suspect this life-giving resource may have become the focus for the settlers' newly evolving rituals.
You don't need a standing stone circle to protect your well, but you might build one to create a sanctuary, a place to go and worship, and hopefully ensure that that fresh water remains.
I can smell it, it's around the corner. I'm talking about festival season. And of course, a few weeks' time, Super Radio 1's big weekend in Dundee. This will definitely go off. Juju Moment Chance. Big shout out to Matt and Charlie tuned in. Also, Toby, the delivery driver. And speaking of big weekend, you guys were on the show last week and they'll be there as well. And the names are Rudimental.
Don't mind if you cry on my shoulder. Remember the things that I told you. Darling, don't you cry. You're gonna be alright. Leave it all behind. Take it off your mind. I know you're fed so fine, but things are looking bright. Alright, let it go tonight. I know you need it, dancing is healing. Love is the answer. Dancing is healing. Love is the answer, yeah. Bring me sex, anytime, and it gets heavy on your mind. Bring you sleep, put your hand in mine, and it gets heavy. Dancing is healing. Love is the answer. Dancing is healing. Love is the answer. Dancing is healing. Love is the answer, yeah. Bring me sex, anytime, and it gets heavy on your mind. Bring you sleep, put your hand in mine. Dancing is here. Love is the answer. Don't mind if you cry on my shoulder. Remember the things that I told you. Darling, don't you cry. You're gonna be alright. Leave it all behind. Take it off your mind. I know you're fed so fine, but things are looking bright. Alright, let it go tonight. I know you need to dancing is here. Love is the answer. Dancing is here. Love is the answer. Yeah. Bring me sex anytime, and it gets heavy on your mind. Bring you sleep, put your hand in mine, and it gets heavy. Dancing is here. Love is the answer. Dancing is here. Love is the answer. Dancing is here. Love is the answer. Yeah. Bring me sex anytime, and it gets heavy on your mind. Bring you sleep, put your hand in mine, and it gets heavy. Dancing is here. Love is the answer.
Rudimental, dancing is healing. Big shout out to the boys having a few drinks in Marbella. Let's go, boys! Drinks are new tonight. We're on it. Alright, last week, Rudimental chose this as their party starter. Sigma, Nobody to Love.
I know you're tired of loving with nobody to love. Nobody to scrap. Somebody, don't leave this party with nobody to love. Nobody. I know you're tired of loving with nobody to love. Nobody to scrap. Somebody, don't leave this party with nobody to love. Nobody.
are chosen by Rudimental, and you know what? I want to be on a party star tonight. Out of all the new music that I've come across this week, this is definitely up there. One that will get any party started. The Archives just released a remix pack of Sunrise Bang Your Head Against the Wall, her EP, and this is my favorite one. Breakage, bringing us that nice kind of liquid drum bass vibe to the way life goes. Yeah, just a tune, man. And it makes me want to go to Marbella. A bit of sun, a little drink in my hand, sunbed. I mean, like, yes. Imagine it and vibe with it.
No seconds on this. Oh, that bass. Radio 1.
I mean, he's got the greatest name of all time. And a great tune as well. For Saturday night on Radio 1. That's Tax Man with tremendous vibes. Okay, if you don't have a sound of drum and bass music, there's one show and one show only for me to recommend to you, but I love, and I know you'll love it as well. Tonight's just only rated from 10 p.m. 3 hours of the best in one genre and one genre only.
This sounds like a Saturday night.
That's the one.
Hey Jerry May, it's your friend Charlie T here from the Radio 1 Drum Bass Show, back tonight at 10 p.m. and I've got a super special record to give you this week. We made it drop of the week on our show, and yeah, it's get this, it's an edit, a reworked edit of The Streets, Blinded by the Lights, bringing it all the way up to 2023 by Mixtress and Pete Cannon. You're gonna love this.
Ramo in the main room. Ramo in the main room.
Big Stress, blinded by the lights, 2023. Like I said, if you like the sounds of this, Radio 1's drum and bass show with Charlie T, happening tonight from 10 p.m. BBC Sounds is where you need to be as well. Thank you, Charlie. And let's get back into some more sound system music.
Radio 1.
Hell raising, I'm ready for the worst. So frightening, face waiting, feel like you can reverse. My phone has no signal, it's making my skin crawl. The silence is so loud. The lights make it flicker with monsters bigger than I can control now. Welcome to the bedroom, where all your darkest fears are gonna go for you, come for you. Welcome to the bedroom. You know I wasn't joking when you see them too, see them too. Welcome to the bedroom. What's worse, the actor in my soul. I couldn't hold it, drive me crazy, but there's
The journey in this record always just sounds brilliant, especially on Saturday night. Need to do Andrea and Julia Church for worst case scenario. Still to happen on your Saturday night. I create like a sound system Eurovision mix. It's gonna be like a really nice journey. It's coming up very soon on the show. Also, a big shout out to Sebastian. It says, "Let's go, Jeremy." Yes, you can call me Jeremy. Jerry, wherever you fancy. Right. Also, Harry, Blair, Charlotte, and Tucker enjoying the sunshine in the garden, celebrating Canadian Mother's Day. Happy birthday to all the mums in America. Yeah, but tomorrow is like Mother's Day in America, right? Why are you laughing at me, guys? Did I say something wrong? I hope not.
You're underestimating my heartbeat. You won't see the other thing. Gonna get the best of me. I won't let these best things go over. I want you. No doubt about it. I'm in. No doubt about it. Baby. No doubt about it. I'm in. No doubt about it. Baby. I underestimate your desire. I think that I love you. Eating up the burning, my eyes go right across the room. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Baby.
Sound System Party.
day, and the night, stay tight, stay calm. Either get it or you don't. You either stand or you fall. When your wish is broken, then slip from your head. You must know, down the broken, let it go. And let oh, you don't need nothing on me. No, you don't need nothing on me. Do you know what it takes to set me free? Oh, you don't need everything.
There's Michael and Gia. This says, hey Jerry, chilling with the Radio 1 sound system party on tonight. It's been a decent day today. Keep the tunes coming. I have got you. Brand new music from Ben Hydro. Bringing us some UK garage vibes for Saturday night. And this is called Piano Bop. Don't forget, I have a Eurovision sound system inspired mix coming up very soon. You're gonna love it. BBC Radio 1.
You think it's crazy how easily we take things for granted, even when you know it's hard to shake the feeling. We thought there was no way out. You've been going mental since it started. Even though you want it, it just hurts to keep it. I don't blame you for your choices. I don't think your heart is bad. I don't want you to resent me. But you caved into the voices. They will always drive you mad. If I'm falling right in front of me, you know it hurts to watch you fumble back, slipping through your fingers just like that. How do you fumble, catch like me? Yeah, so you crumble, snap, taking those fingers from your hand, but you fumble back. It was me, yeah. It was long, but you did it wrong, yeah, you had it, now it's gone, I hope you're okay. Wasn't right, you were putting up a fight, I'm running outside, I hope you're okay. Yeah, pieces really when you hold them together all night. Singing like you're always looking for things that I'm not. Something anytime you always feel all every day that want some like this. Yeah, I'm not gonna fall, not gonna spend ages dreaming of all the ways of changing. I'm in the world, but now you're giving me peace. Energy, baby, can't see that with the trees. Guess how you did me now. You want to make it know me, cause you know it hurts to watch you fumble back, slipping through your fingers just like that. How do you fumble, catch like me? Yeah, so you crumble, snap, taking those fingers from your hand, but you fumble back. It was me, yeah. It was long, but you did it wrong, yeah, you had it, now it's gone, I hope you're okay. Wasn't right, you were putting up a fight, I'm running outside, I hope you're okay.
Radio 1.
No one ever saw me cry until I left the party the other night. Do you remember all the things that you said to me that came out of his mouth automatically? That auntie used to say, I'm fine. Yeah, something that you did to hurt me last year comes to me. This time, one day I just wanna hear you say, I like you. Wish I could get back to lying beside you on the bed. I like you picking it up. I love you thinking about every time you speak of life. I like you thinking of what you used to say. I'm fine. Yeah, something that you did to have me last year comes to me.
Pink Temperance would break it off. But you know what? I love the spirit of Eurovision. Countries coming together to celebrate music and having a great time. So I thought, you know what? Let's put together a mix. Some of my favorite artists, DJs and producers from around the world, most importantly around Europe. And you know what? Why don't we start in the UK? Just like this. M System, you and Vicar. Why not?
Now there's a little bit more time every morning to have your say. Start your day with me from 9:15 before I hand the big topics over to the store.
I'll continue the debates before Alexis joins me.
And I'll take the discussion through to lunchtime. We'll be bringing you more of the day's big stories.
A deeper dive into the morning's headlines.
And keeping you in great company all morning long. With more opportunity to hear your views, the conversation just got bigger.
Every day, something new.
Every day surprising. Weekday mornings from 9:15 on Channel 5 and My 5.
The panic.
It's like Chinese exploding. The deadline. 2 hours to go.
The joy.
It's too far. Oh, I love you.
And the theme tune. Brand new Charlie Danica Dementia Special. Sunday at 7:30 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Ollie, I want to try and talk to Mum and do FaceTime before she goes to sleep. I'll speak to you soon. I don't know where you could be and what you're doing. Give me a call if you can.
Nights in start here. Simba Bed Mattress on Channel 5.
Deep in the heart of Egypt, beyond colossal, magnificent temples, lies a secret mountainous valley, hiding some of the most spectacular archaeological finds the world has ever seen. It may look like a barren desert wilderness 3,500 years ago. This was the royal cemetery of the pharaohs, the mighty rulers of ancient Egypt. It's known as the Valley of the Kings. Pharaoh after pharaoh was buried in their own grand underground tombs, with hoards of priceless golden treasures, each hoping to rest in peace for eternity. But 200 years ago, the valley became a battlefield, a gold rush between adventurers, robbers, and nations who raced to find the lost tombs and claim that treasure. Now, I'm telling the incredible cutthroat story of the hunt for the valley's secret riches.
This is one of the most gorgeous places in all of Egypt.
Every wall covered in gold, unraveling a tale with more twists and turns than a Hollywood blockbuster. With spine chilling.
Hello, Mum.
Hiya, George. How are you?
It's 9 o'clock. What time are you going to bed?
Greatest discovery of
In a
all.
minute.
Oh, yeah.
This is
Yeah.
the Valley of the Kings.
Not gone yet.
No. I've phoned Lee a couple of times, but he's not answering.
Perhaps he's gone out or
Oh, is he?
that.
Yeah. I wanted him to do FaceTime so that I can actually see you.
Oh, don't worry, George. I didn't come for that.
Famous Egyptian.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, I had the care come in.
Oh, did you?
Pride of place is given to the most outstanding archaeological
You
prize.
changed your pad and all that then? Oh, did you?
Of Tutankhamun.
Yeah. Oh, that's good then.
Is the most famous piece of art.
You sound alright. You sound good. Yeah. That's because you was partying the other night, wasn't it? That's because you was up all night, wasn't you? It's because you was up all night. Yeah, right. It's nice that you answer the phone, Mum.
Until 1922,
I missed you.
This was the evidence of the astonishing wealth of Egyptian
Yeah. I know.
gold rush to uncover the lost treasures of Egypt. This was the culmination of a frenzied century.
What are you watching now then, Mum? What are you watching now? Well, you're still watching EastEnders. I don't know how he does that. Puts EastEnders on because it's not on today. It's Saturday. All right. Oh no. Yeah.
Across what was the Theban Mountains, finally reaching one of those awe-inspiring challenging landscapes. The strangest thing, it's like you're heading into a barren moonscape.
La la la. Oh, I've been on my settee all day, Mum. Yeah.
Nowhere on earth like this place.
Yeah.
All they had to go on was whispers, a myth about what lay beneath them. It would look to them just like a nondescript desert valley. Bits of limestone breaking off the cliffs, landslides breaking down, mounting up in heaps down here. No hint of what was under.
I'm alright, Mum.
Must have been
I'm alright.
3,000 years
Nothing.
after the pharaohs were buried. Piled up high. Most of the valley's tombs.
Yeah, I'm just saying hello to Sandra. I've just said hello to Sandra. I don't know, she just said hi.
This rocky gorge appeared largely empty and forgotten. Then, just over 200 years ago, something happened. One of history's most famous empire builders, Napoleon Bonaparte, invaded Egypt. Captivated by stories of the mighty pharaohs, his forces entered the valley. The rediscovery of the valley's secrets was about to begin. To help understand the French explorers found, I'm meeting valley expert Alia Ismail.
When Napoleon came into Egypt, he came with a very large group of scientists, and they wrote La Description d'Égypte, which is one of the most amazing books that the history has witnessed. And basically, that gives us a record of what they saw with their own eyes. And then now here, and it shows you how the valley looked back in the day.
Yeah.
So this is one of the maps from the books.
Yes.
It looks incredibly detailed, doesn't it? You can see where we are at this little ravine.
Yeah, that's EastEnders, Mum. Oh, I can't get a job.
Napoleon's team
Why?
I'm on good benefits.
12
Oh, that's all right, isn't it?
Yeah.
and their visit had a far greater impact. It quite literally put the Forgotten Valley on the map and began
I didn't make much money when I was selling pianos, man. I didn't make much money when I was selling pianos.
pharaohs of ancient Egypt had hoped to lie here in peace for eternity. Now their secrets. News of Egypt's mysterious valley travelled fast down the Nile, captivating audiences across Europe. Suddenly, every nation wanted a piece of the action and the chance to capture gold and riches for themselves. Britain was no exception. In 1817, a rather unusual and iron-willed treasure hunter sailed down the Nile towards the valley. He was Italian by birth, and he would become Britain's secret weapon in the battle for the Valley of the Kings. His name, Giovanni
God.
Belzoni.
Yeah.
How is everything your end?
I'm alright.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Not exactly the dusty, fusty archaeology scholar that you might expect.
Is he alright?
Huge man, 6'7" tall. as he
I don't know where it is.
Powerfully built, barrel-chested, very charismatic. You do what this man told me.
He's got out, hasn't he?
He trains them.
Lee's got out.
Oh, is he?
Famous for his strength and
Oh, the watch it. It's really slow.
What channel's that then?
His first mission was just
BBC One, I think.
in one of ancient Egypt's most magnificent temples, the Ramesseum. Instead to secure a colossal statue of together they stood here in the Ramesseum. They weighed 7.5 tons, and their beauty meant that their fame had spread to Europe and beyond.
Oh, dear.
Napoleon's French team had tried to shift the monumental pair of statues, even considered blowing them out of the sand with explosives. But they failed. Belzoni was determined to succeed. Using his previous engineering skills, Giovanni Belzoni carefully surveyed the statue, calculating the scale of the monumental terms.
Oh, my God. I must have gone turn it down. Too loud.
Slowly dragging the incredible weight all the way to the top. Even the French were impressed. At first, Belzoni and the French got quite
Russell's
well.
not here.
They asked him to help them out.
He's not here.
I don't know where it is.
Move the sarcophagus, the big heavy
Russell's at home, isn't he?
pharaohs were buried, belonging to Ramesses. And he did.
Hello?
Successfully.
I'm here, Mum.
Kept the best bit.
Just a minute. One thing at a time.
That didn't go down at all.
Oh,
The
there you are.
relationship between the French and the British began to sour.
Alright, Lee.
Archaeological
You alright?
search came back.
Yeah, not too bad. You been out?
Giovanni Belzoni
Oh, yeah.
sabotaged his work, stole his followers.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Well, I've been chatting to Mum for 5 minutes. I tried to do FaceTime, but I was not getting an answer. But that's all right, you're busy. Huh? Yeah, I know, that's all right. I'm just laying down, watching TV, playing Radio 1 sometimes. Just not doing much really. I'm talking to different ladies on Facebook. Yeah, I know. I know. I've had a couple of people asking for money and shit like that. Yeah, I know.
But definitive proof that there were two still hidden within the valley. One of them might just contain lost riches from ancient Egypt. In the middle of October 1817,
I don't know really. Nothing really. Channel 5. Egyptians. Yeah, Mum was just watching EastEnders. I don't know how you do that. iPlayer. I've probably got it on my TV because my TV is quite new. It's Android. It's got different things on it. What? Oh, really? I've got Google Play, YouTube, Netflix. iPlayer. Yeah. Yeah. Is it?
For the next 24 hours.
Oh, really? I don't know how to do it right now.
Could this be the entrance to a royal tomb? Nothing.
There's this woman, she's reckon she's in Canada Sword somewhere. And there's another lady, she says she can get my vision sorted out. Yeah, I'm on my left side. Well, I doubt it.
Wherever your summer takes you, shop fashion, beauty, and home with free delivery on everything. Plus,
Yeah, she said, she says she's got a guy who can do it, and he's coming from a long way, and I'll have to give him some money and all that. I'm not doing that. I know. I know, it's crazy. Yeah, right. Do you want to do FaceTime when Mum's ready to go to bed? All right. Speak to you later, Lee. Bye-bye. All right, Mum. Apparently, Lee was doing the washing. Lee was in the kitchen doing washing. He's good, isn't he? Lee's good, isn't he?
When times are tough, really matters. Here's to familiar faces, weekly rituals.
You're tired, are
you? Tea time together.
Lee said he'd do FaceTime in a minute, so I can see you. Lee's going to do FaceTime in a minute on his phone, so I can see you. Yeah.
A unique duo pack formulation combining a multivitamin tablet with high strength vitamin B12 and vitamin C and D.
You watching that?
And because your body can't produce omega-3 from
You'll be watching telly all night, won't you, Mum? You'll be watching telly all night.
Try 70s omega-3 and multivitamins. Welcome to my crib. Let me show you what I've done with the place. Boutique sofas. Change this one up every season. Sure.
You got carrot tonight, didn't you?
Yeah, I had a carrot tonight.
Years, your life will change. Your family will change. You will change.
Yeah.
But with Anna, your sleep will always stay the same kind of wonderful. Try our collection for 200 minutes and your best at
Yeah.
anna-co.uk. Cadbury ice cream. You already know you can.
I know, Mum.
They say you should try everything once. And they're right.
Yeah, I am.
As a fox of the world, you should try a Taiwanese paper massage.
I've been filled up today.
Eh?
I've been filled up.
Yes. The same guys.
I had fish and chips. And I had some chicken.
What
No.
do you need, Gordon? It's a day and mix. That's what I said.
Yeah, I know.
From Louis to
Okay,
meet a new generation.
Yeah, I know, Mum.
To educate as they prepare to live a life of duty.
Yeah.
They represent the future of the royal family.
The Fab Five, the King's grandchildren. Next Saturday at 9:20 on Channel 5.
Oh, we'll see you tomorrow, right?
Yeah, all right, Mum. Well, Lee's going to do a FaceTime in a minute, so I'll be able to see you.
See?
Yeah. It'll Amy's phone at you, and you'll see me, and I'll see you. It's
Oh,
good, isn't it?
yeah, no.
Atmosphere was electric. The hunt was on for a lost tomb and buried royal treasures.
Are you tired?
An army with 40
Yeah.
had been attacking the rock face.
How you getting on lying in that bed downstairs, then?
Shifting
Hey?
You all right on that bed downstairs?
Yeah, I'm in the bed, yeah.
It's nice and comfortable, isn't it?
Yeah.
It was exhausting. They must have been begging for Belzoni to give up.
Yeah, at the moment I'm very tired, Gordon.
Suddenly,
Oh, Mum.
something emerged. They weren't sure what it was at first.
Father,
Clearly, more rubble. The energy levels rising this time. Until at last, they
overkill.
exposed
Yeah, I know.
and not just any door,
Yeah.
a magnificent one.
Are you undressed, Mum?
Belzoni
Are you in your dressing gown?
what he'd find behind it.
No.
Oh, right.
I'll be
Take his
later.
first steps.
Yeah.
It's one of the most remarkable
At
archaeological
the moment I'm a bit
discoveries of all
drained.
time.
Yeah.
The tomb is one of the most famous ever
Have you been out for a walk today?
It belonged
Have you been out for a walk
to the
today?
pharaohs of
No, not much for a walk.
Oh,
the
A
first.
bit. But I'm tired.
yeah.
And have me jab.
Yeah.
It's a very different experience.
I
It's
think teenage
solid on
girls,
the
alright?
All right,
foot,
Mum.
stand upright, and it's well lit. Belzoni came
Love you,
in
Mum.
17, clutching a candle, crawling across mounds of
Shall I say goodbye, then?
broken rock.
Hey?
Close to
Shall I say goodbye?
hot,
Yeah,
glass,
bye-bye then.
wooden parts.
Bye-bye, Mum.
Tomorrow, probably. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
As he got deeper and deeper, you could see
See you, Mum. All right, Lee.
he was the first person possibly in here.
Yeah. Mum says she's tired and wants to speak to me tomorrow. Should we leave FaceTime tonight?
Seen glimpses of some of the gods and
Yeah, all right.
goddesses and pharaohs. Images just
I'll speak to you later, Lee. All right, then. Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right.
I'm 6'6". I can walk
See you later.
6'6".
Bye-bye.
Giovanni Belzoni faced obstacle after obstacle. It was painfully slow. Every inch he crawled. But then his descent became even more dangerous. The steep shaft suddenly gave way to a sheer vertical drop. Belzoni talks about it in his account. He says there's a pit 30 feet deep, the upper part adorned with figures from the wall of the passage to the ceiling. For a moment, he was stopped in his tracks. Another man might have given up, but he had an idea that he thought might just work. And the next morning, he returned. By means of a long fuse, they succeeded in sending a man up into the aperture, which is this bit here, and they built a kind of bridge across it. With the makeshift bridge in place, he was able to crawl precariously across the shaft to the chamber beyond. And what he found there was extraordinary. As he crept deeper, the tomb became less and less buried with rubble. Now, with every turn, he encountered another beautifully decorated passageway and another spectacular chamber. He must have been completely overwhelmed. But there was more to come. As he continued through the tomb, he saw another shaft that descended even deeper into the ground. To help me appreciate the wonders that lay ahead, I'm joined by the world-renowned Egyptologist Salima Ikram.
I want you to imagine that you're Belzoni and you've been crawling down this tomb, and it's filled with dust and bats, and then you've been swinging over places where there are big chasms, and you've gone about 450 feet deep into this mountain, and now you can come here and you think, is it almost over? Well, you open your eyes now.
That is astonishing, isn't it? Every wall covered in gold, paintings on every inch.
It's extraordinarily beautiful. This is one of the most gorgeous places in all of Egypt.
I think it's probably the most beautiful place in the world.
All of this glittering, Belzoni holding his flaming torch and seeing these walls glimmering with images of the king with the different gods.
Then, with a few final steps, he could go no further. He'd at last reached the climax of the tomb. The lost burial chamber of Pharaoh Seti I. And it was magnificent. It's like 3 stories high, actually. It's wild.
It's enormous, and you've got this beautifully arched roof, which is sort of the Ark of Heaven. And here you've got the Egyptian constellations beautifully painted, so that the king could be born with the sun. And then on either side, you've got these goddesses guarding him and funerary texts. And right in the middle is where you would have found the king.
In his sarcophagus.
That's right. And in fact, Belzoni was very lucky because he came here and there was a beautiful Egyptian alabaster sarcophagus.
A giant decorated box in which they placed the body of the king.
That's would have been right there.
And was the king in there?
No, unfortunately, he had moved on.
Just finding the tomb itself is still one of the most astonishing discoveries actually of all time.
Well, this was, in fact, and is the deepest and most decorated and most beautiful tomb. So I think in terms of Egyptology, this was pretty spectacular.
In the journal he kept of his adventures, Belzoni wrote down when she found this tomb, a fortunate day, one of the best days perhaps in my life. I can well believe it. And this triumph would be enough for me, but for him he had even greater ambition. He wanted to share news of his discovery with Britain and the rest of the world. The discovery of Seti's magnificent tomb deep in the Valley of the Kings was about to dazzle the world. But not everyone was happy with the British successes. The French archaeologists were furious. They hated being beaten by the British. They were so jealous of Belzoni's discoveries that when they stumbled across him loading up a cargo of his treasures, they opened fire on him. He had had enough. Luxor and the valley were simply too dangerous. In September 1819, he set sail for Britain. One of the greatest Egyptologists of all time had left the Valley of the Kings, and he'd never returned. In 1820, Belzoni arrived back here in the UK, and he put together a smash hit exhibition. It was in a building
gone now, so the street's completely changed. But we do have an image of what it was like. Look how enticing that is. An exotic facade advertising the Egyptian treasures that lay inside. And in that building, Belzoni, ever the showman, built scale model of Seti's tomb. 2,000 people visited on the first day alone. He had a big success on his hands. But more importantly, the discovery of the tomb and all this publicity helped to ignite something called Egypt mania. The world was now obsessed with the Valley of the Kings. Belzoni's Egyptian adventures might have been over, but the fierce race to find gold-filled tombs in the Valley of the Kings was just beginning.
As the nation marks a new era, let's celebrate our own family's crowning moments. Like the grandmother who qualified as a nurse and built a life for her family, or the great-grandfather awarded a medal for bravery. Every family story is full of crowning moments. Discover yours with Ancestry.
This house. Wow. What do you pay for it? Which is such a silly question, because it's not about the price tag, is it?
Ouch.
If you want to know, just ask Diplo.
Sell your car the motorway way, where dealers compete to give you their best price. Motorway, the way to sell your car.
Bending down to put on your shoes is kind of a pain. Just step in and go with Skechers Slip-ins. Hands-free technology for your footwear. Now putting on shoes is easier than ever. Go hands-free wearing Skechers Slip-ins.
Hey, go fresh as fresh with Lynx Africa.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to put my phone down. Two ladies I'm talking to, right, and they both want money. It's fucking crazy.
Time for a new phone? Don't worry, it won't cost less than you think. With Vodafone Evo, you can spread the cost over 3 to 36 months. Vodafone Evo. Interest-free contracts.
One lady says she's got a man who will come to my house, right, and fix my vision. Left side vision. I've got no vision, right? And she says, give him some money. And I'm like, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. And the other lady's saying she's close to me and she'll come round, but she wants some money for gas, right? $30. I'm not doing it. It's crazy.
Introducing the Ninja Woodfire Outdoor Barbecue, the new way to cook outdoors. The first and only electric grill that master grills, barbecue smokes, and air fries outdoors.
My brother says just block them. But I like to have a chat now and again, you know what I mean? I'll just ignore them for a little while.
The Ninja Woodfire Outdoor Barbecue. All the flavor without the fuss.
Dom diddy dom.
To get great value car insurance. So I can get their cover from just £219.
If I'm hit by an uninsured driver, I'll always run over a discount.
Because insurance is simple, and it's me and only. Get your car insurance quote today. Go direct to lv.com.
Sri Lanka, about the most beautiful and inspiring island you could imagine. A land of extraordinary cultures and remarkable people. That's the sweetest thing I've ever seen. Join me, Alexander Armstrong, in Sri Lanka. Starts Thursday at 9 on Channel 5.
Settle in for a
night. Simba Hybrid Mattress sponsors evenings on Channel 5.
The Valley of the Kings in the 1820s. For 3,500 years, ancient Egypt's mighty pharaohs and their legendary treasures lay secret and hidden here. But now, the magnificent tomb of the great pharaoh Seti I had been discovered. Suddenly, Egypt was destination number one for the world's archaeological treasure seekers. But surprisingly, the Valley of the Kings was remarkably quiet. This was a very hard place to get to. Along one of the paths that we used up and over the mountain range, in this heat, arriving to a place where there was no water. This was a difficult place to survive, let alone carry out a large-scale archaeological dig. There was one other thing. Belzoni, the great tomb hunter, had grandly declared when he found his big royal tomb that he had emptied the Valley of the Kings. Once again, the valley was in danger of being forgotten. But not everything was told by the wild landscape or Belzoni's wild claim. Enter John Gardner Wilkinson, an English traveller and explorer. Over 12 years, Wilkinson scoured the whole of Egypt from top to bottom, visiting more ancient Egyptian sites than anyone before. There was nothing on earth that would keep him out of the Valley of the Kings. I think Wilkinson is one of the unsung heroes when it comes to the valley because he helped to create order out of chaos. Until now, discoveries in the valley had been poorly recorded. Wilkinson was determined to change that. Wilkinson didn't just explore every inch of this valley. He used that hard-won research to create a beautiful map of the valley, which is right here. And he also created the first proper scientific numbering system to identify all the tombs. He designated them each KV, meaning King's Valley, followed by a number. KV 13 here, which I'm sitting in front of, KV 14 and 15, which you can see up there. Wilkinson began to catalogue each and every tomb he came across. Under a sultry, burning sun, he explored every inch of the valley, simply numbering each tomb in the order that he passed them. By the time he was done with the valley, he thought there were 21 identified tombs. That gave a lot of people a lot of hope, because ancient texts have been found suggesting there were 47 burials in the valley. That meant there were plenty more out there. Wilkinson's survey was meticulous, but he didn't actually dig a single new tomb. It would need someone else to find out if the ancient texts were right. Someone prepared to take on the brutal challenge of the valley with the passion to hunt deeper. In the 1890s, around 70 years after Belzoni's great discovery of Seti's tomb and Wilkinson's map of the valley, another archaeologist was determined to discover lost royal tombs. His name was Victor Loret. The French were back in the hunt. The Egyptian government had made Loret chief superintendent of antiquities. This job gave him total control over who could dig in the valley. The special access soon paid off. Within a few months of arriving, Loret found 3 tombs, the first to be excavated in 70 years. They were all badly robbed. Then, a month later, he found another one. Even today, approaching this tomb, which is right at the bottom of this cliff, there's a sense of foreboding, there's no atmosphere here. Cliffs rise up on either side, overhanging. But whatever I'm feeling today was nothing compared to what Laurie experienced. Buried deep into this mountainside was something that would make his blood run cold. He had no idea what lay ahead of him when he stepped down into the dark mouth of the tomb. Much more hidden entrances, quite high up in the hillside as well.
They didn't want everyone to see where it
I
was.
see. Even for me, the descent into this tomb is unsettling. For Laurie, relying just on candlelight to guide him, must have been terrifying. The pitch black tunnel that never seemed to end. The steep steps down strewn with debris. No warning of what was to come.
Here we have this big, deep shaft.
It would have been pretty terrifying. There would have been no bridge across it, right?
No, nothing.
As Laurie slowly descended from the shaft into a cavernous chamber, he wondered what on earth he'd uncovered. The walls were bare. Could this really be the resting place of a mighty pharaoh? It's not really finished, this one, is it?
It's not very well decorated. You can see there's still all the dots from where they were taking out blocks.
But there were some tantalizing clues that someone had been buried here.
It was filled with debris. There were statues and pieces of gilded wood and all kinds of pottery scattered about.
Laurie pushed on, and then something remarkable happened. He stepped into a room, and everything changed. So suddenly we're back in the painted pharaohs and gods and goddesses.
Yeah, it's fantastic. You have all that plainness, and then suddenly, boom.
And then, finally, at the end of this magnificently carved room, the prize Laurie craved most, a sarcophagus. And so that is the original sarcophagus.
Yep, this is it.
Still lying here at the heart of the tomb.
Intact here with its lid.
Wow.
It was really quite an extraordinary thing to find because also
Body was in there.
Yeah, body was in there.
The grand coffin made Laurie certain the tomb belonged to a king. He could even read the pharaoh's name, Amenhotep II, great-grandfather of Tutankhamun himself. But something wasn't right. Amenhotep was not the only one buried here. In a corridor leading off to the side, Laurie glimpsed a small wooden boat, and on it, a sight that shocked him to his core. The way he describes it is terrifying. The legs and arms were bound, a hole exposed in the sternum, an opening in the skull. Was this the victim of human sacrifice? Was a thief murdered by his accomplices in a bloody division of loot?
You know, you're here falling through with this one lamp lighting your way or a torch, and then having that face peep out at you.
As he scoured further side chambers, he found more bodies. And as he began to examine them, he noticed something incredible. They all appeared to be royal.
It was a fantastic find, and at first, Laurie didn't realise how extremely important it was, but soon he figured it out because there were labels on the coffin saying which king it was. So he suddenly thought, oh my God, here we have half of the royalty of Egypt.
Laurie had unearthed one of the Valley of the King's most significant finds so far. a secret hiding place known as a royal cache, where the mummified remains of the pharaohs and their families had been hidden far from their own tombs to keep them safe.
Laura's discoveries may have been gruesome. They showed there were still plenty of treasures to be found in the Valley of the Kings. News spread all over the world like wildfire. The problem was, it wouldn't just be archaeologists that would be lured here.
On November the 24th, 1901, 3.5 years after Laura discovered it, the tomb was robbed. Its precious contents were taken, including all the royal mummies. Some of the greatest finds in the valley were lost. No one knew they'd ever be seen again. The Englishman had recently arrived in Egypt, and soon he'd be on their trail. He would go on to become perhaps the greatest tomb hunter of all time, Howard Carter.
Settle in. Simba Hybrid Mattress sponsors evenings on Channel 5.
The minute you walked in the door, I could see you were a shopper of distinction, a real big saver. Hey, big saver. Hey, big saver. Hey, big saver.
Nectar prices are here. Scan or swipe Nectar in-store or online to save on hundreds of products.
Perfect fit don't exist. Stubble, shape, with marks or hairy. All natural and treat you need.
Upgrade to New Dove Advanced Care, our kindest to skin formula ever, even up to shaving. Now with longer lasting protection. Upgrade to New Dove Advanced Care.
I would choose Dove any day.
Dad? Well done for tidying the shed.
Happy dark milk ice cream. Ice cream for grown-ups.
Don't let an allergy put your life on hold. Press play with Peary. Live life in Peary colour.
Can you buy a car entirely online and have it delivered to your door with a 7-day money-back guarantee? Because yeah, you can.
In the town where I was born, lived a man who sailed to sea. And he told us of his life in the land of submarines. We all live in a yellow submarine, yellow submarine, yellow submarine. We all live in
A whole new world awakens. Awaken your world with the fully electric Ioniq 6 from Hyundai, the 2023 World Car of the Year. It's the dawn of a new Hyundai. Sure, non-stop protection. 72-hour anti-perspirant plus motion sensor. Tested to the limit. Upgrade to Sure 72-hour non-stop protection.
Tempting chunks of rich chocolate, irresistible crumbliness, and a generous layer of thick milk chocolate. Fabulous. Fox's Fabulous Half-Coated Cookies.
Rich House Poor House returns.
Begin
beginning with a millionaire special. But what happens when old money meets new money?
Do you feel like a pocket? Off the coach.
Rich House Poor House starts Sunday at 9 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Get comfy. Simba Hybrid Mattress fixes evenings on Channel 5.
120 years ago, in the Valley of the Kings, the atmosphere was tense. In 1901, the dawn of the new century, a catastrophe occurred. The mysterious tomb of Amenhotep II, discovered just 3.5 years earlier, was broken into. All of its precious contents stolen. To this day, no one knows exactly what happened. Were the guards overpowered, or were they simply paid to look the other way? One thing was for certain. The investigation had to be launched, and the treasured mummies recovered. Enter Howard Carter, an English Egyptologist who would become the most successful tomb hunter of them all. At the time, Carter was working for the local archaeological inspector. He'd always dreamt digging inside the valley and finding a lost royal tomb. If he was able to find out what had happened to the royal mummies, he might just get the chance. Well, finding the robbers was easier than Carter had imagined. Carter had the advantage of knowing the local area, and 2 suspects were already on his radar: Mohammed Ahmed Abdel Rasul. Ten years before, another tomb had been robbed. Shortly after, precious ancient treasures and papyri began turning up on sale here in the Luxor market. Around that time, people started noticing that the Abdul Rasul brothers were suddenly, inexplicably, extremely wealthy. In the valley, Carter had investigated the crime scene. The robbers had been careless, leaving their footprints in the sand. Carter took photos for evidence and paid a professional tracker to hunt them down. They followed the trail and, surprise, surprise, it led straight to the house of the Abdul Rasul brothers. It broke in there with the mummies and the precious treasures. Carter recovered them, and in doing so, he became quite the hero. After recovering the mummies and treasures from Amenhotep's tomb, Carter could now focus on digging in the valley himself. But then, everything went wrong. 15 miles from Cairo, some tourists forced their way into another tomb near the Saqqara pyramids. Carter wanted them punished. Carter wanted to throw the book at them. Rules were rules, but these tourists seemed to have friends in high places, and Carter was encouraged to let them off. He was furious, and he handed in his resignation. Without his job, Carter had no reliable income. But worse, he no longer had the permission to dig in the Valley of the Kings. He was no longer a big figure in the world of Egyptian archaeology, so he got by selling ancient collectibles to foreign visitors and a few of his own paintings. It looked like his dream of finding that new tomb in the valley was over. But back in Britain, 2,500 miles away, someone was about to come to Carter's rescue. Ensconced in one of the country's most famous stately homes, Highclere Castle, was a man equally obsessed with the valley, Lord George Herbert Carnarvon. Lady Fiona Carnarvon has been researching her forebear's fascination.
His passion in life was Egypt. He had a working knowledge of a little bit of Arabic, and he had some knowledge of hieroglyphics, but he knew where he needed help. So that's what his money, his passion, and his commitment to it could do. He was unconventional, so he wasn't afraid to go somewhere different or try somewhere where everybody said it wasn't going to work. He was wore that lucky hat with the white brim, so you can always spot him in photographs in Egypt.
Well, it certainly delivered the luck. In 1907, Lord Carnarvon sailed to Luxor, Egypt, on a mission to hunt for lost tombs and treasure. He set himself up in luxury on the banks of the River Nile. Carnarvon headed straight here, the Winter Palace Hotel. Very plush, isn't it? In fact, when he was here, it was brand new, opened a couple of years before. It shows how the discoveries of the Valley of the Kings were attracting the world's great and good, certainly very rich. Carnarvon had money, but he now needed to find a local expert before he could start digging. And after asking around, one name cropped up: Howard Carter. It didn't take much conversation for them both to realise this would be a match made in heaven. Carnarvon had power and wealth. Carter had knowledge and expertise, and they both burned with an unstoppable passion. What happened here that day was the start of the most famous archaeological partnership in history.
We all want somewhere to call home. But where would be the best place to live?
A roar of nature just hits you in the face.
I'm joined by Oria Duba and Symmetra Sarko as we travel the four corners of the United Kingdom to find the Sunday Times best place to live.
That is a wow view.
The Sunday Times best places to live. Sunday on Channel 5 and My 5.
Come seek the Royal Caribbean.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone cinched it. Alf cinched it. Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
Well, Johnny cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee. Nice drive.
Yes, it is actually.
I cinched it. Even my mum cinched it while you were there.
You know you're right, Maria.
So many great reasons to buy it. The nation aren't just naming it, they're cinching it.
The panic.
It's like Shannon is exploding.
The deadline.
2 hours to go.
The joy.
That's too far. Oh, I love you.
And the thinking. Brand new Charlie Janica Dementia Special. Sunday at 7:30 on Channel 5 and My 5. Relaxing nights in start here. Simba Hybrid Mattress sponsors evenings on Channel 5.
Immediately after the meeting, Carnarvon and Carter began to work. But they had a problem. They couldn't actually dig in the valley itself, and were forced to explore the hills around it. The Egyptian Archaeological Service only issued one license to dig in the Valley of the Kings at any one time. And for the moment, the wealthy American Theodore Davis clutched that coveted license in his hands. He wasn't going to let go of it anytime soon. Theodore Davis was a rich, retired lawyer. Just like Carter and Carnarvon, he was obsessed with the promise of buried tombs and golden treasures. Davis took a bit of a bulldozer approach to finding the tombs here. On one level, that heavy-handed method certainly paid off. He almost doubled the number of tombs known about in the Valley of the Kings. All the new ones he found bad news. By 1913, Davis had excavated nearly 30 tombs. Now, a total of 61 tombs have been identified in the valley, more even than the ancient texts had promised. But despite his years of trying, an intact, treasure-filled tomb remained elusive. Bit by bit, Davis was losing heart. Carter and Carnarvon had been digging around the valley for 5 years, circling like vultures, waiting for a chance to swoop. Then came the news they'd been waiting for. Davis had grown old, and he'd lost his patience for the Valley of the Kings. He was giving up. Carter and Carnarvon immediately snapped up the permits digging in the valley. Carnarvon had even built Carter a house to serve as an archaeological base and make sure Carter could stay focused on the mission. This is how Carter's house is mud brick HQ. He says a lot about that. While the other archaeologists are living in fancy hotels down by the Nile, he set up shop so close to the Valley of the Kings, just over those slopes there. Any closer, he's sleeping in a tomb. Carter was now obsessed, spending the entire dig season, day and night, between the house and the valley. Nothing was going to stop him finding his tomb. Carter felt safe. There was another pharaoh buried in him. What's more, he believed that pharaoh's tomb was intact and still filled with its royal treasures. Carter even thought he knew the name of the pharaoh whose tribute. A little-known ruler called Tutankhamun. 8 years earlier, Theodore Davis had discovered a pit full of mummification items, and on one of them, the name of a pharaoh, Tutankhamun. No tomb had ever been discovered. In the vast valley, the idea of locating a single specific tomb seemed crazy, but armed with their permit, Carter and Carnarvon began the hunt. For the next 7 years, every year they investigated a new area, their hunt increasingly desperate. When his predecessor Davis had been digging here in the valley, he had the remarkable hit rate of averaging 1 new tomb every year. In fact, in 1 year alone, 1905, he found 6. But all the time Carter had been digging here, he found 0. After 7 long years, Carter still had nothing to show for his work, except mounting costs. As you can imagine, his patron, sponsor, Lord Carnarvon, was running a little bit short of money and patience. Carter was summoned back to Highclere Castle. Enough was enough. Carnarvon had decided to call it a day. Desperate, Carter pleaded for one more chance. He even offered to pay for the work himself. It wasn't a very realistic offer. Somehow, it did the trick. Carnarvon was so impressed by his passion that he made a deal. He'd fund one more dig. It would be Carter and Carnarvon's final throw of the dice. In November 1922, Carter was back in Luxor. He prepared to start digging once again for Tutankhamun's tomb and its lost treasure. I can just imagine the pressure that Carter was under. Time was now against him. There was no more room for mistakes. He had to choose the right spot. Then he had a brainwave. In all the time he'd been digging, he'd ignored one spot. And thinking about it, it was an obvious target. The pit that Davis had found, containing the embalming objects with Tutankhamun's name on it, was somewhere round here. And no one had thought about excavating over here because it was right next to the mouth of a tomb belonging to Ramesses. And the ancient Egyptian builders of that tomb had covered this area with their spoil. And no one had thought it was worthwhile checking underneath that. Until now. Carter and his team started digging once again. It was slow, back-breaking work. The entire mission was riding on Carter's flash of inspiration. Day 1, nothing. Day 2, nothing. And then suddenly, on day 3, there was a breakthrough. What happened next is the stuff of legend. But it was an accident. It wasn't really even down to Carter. The 12-year-old boy, Hussein Rasool, was employed on site as a water carrier. He was about to do something that would change history. On November the 4th, Hussein put one of his big flasks of water down on the ground and accidentally knocked it over. Now, rather than pooling on the rock a bit like this, it seeped into the ground, suggesting it was a void below. Carter was ecstatic. This happy accident had given him hope that Tutankhamun's tomb might be within his grasp at last. He immediately set his team to work. After 2 long days of clearing rubble, spirits had been flagging. But this discovery had been the injection of energy everyone needed. Then, in a matter of mere hours, they discovered something. I've got a copy of Carter's personal diary for that fateful day, the 4th November 1922. No regular, neat little notes here. Instead, just one sentence dashed off any old how across the page. First steps of tomb found. You can feel his excitement. He doesn't have time to write things down. He wants to get on with the job of finding the rest of Tutankhamun's tomb. Over the next few hours, more rubble was removed. It was clear that the steps continued down. And then, suddenly, something appeared. It looked like the blocked door of a tomb. The door was still sealed, and on those seals was a name that he'd been hoping to see for years. The name of Tutankhamun. Before Carter could open them, he had to wait for Lord Carnarvon to travel out from England. He had no idea what lay behind those sealed doors. November 1922. The Valley of the Kings was eerily quiet. Digging had temporarily stopped, and the feeling of anticipation was almost unbearable. After so many years of failure and disappointment, Howard Carter believed he had finally found the entrance to the tomb of Pharaoh Tutankhamun. He was convinced this was the one. This was the valley's holy grail, an undisturbed Pharaoh's tomb filled with unimaginable gold and treasures. But for now, Carter was holed up in his dig house, waiting 3 miserable weeks, while his sponsor, Lord Carnarvon, travelled the 2,500 miles by ship from England. Finally, on November the 20th, Carter received the news that Carnarvon had arrived in Cairo and he was heading down the Nile. Carter was all set. In the valley, everything was prepped and ready. On November the 24th, Carnarvon and Carter made their way to the unopened tomb. But almost instantly, as they came down the top steps to the blocked door, the sense of excitement evaporated. Something wasn't right. Looking closely at the door, which was right here, it was clear that someone had been through it. It had been tampered with, but it had then been closed and resealed. It wasn't the news he'd wanted, but Carter pressed on. Eventually, the stone blocking the doorway was cleared. Carter and Carnarvon began to edge their way down the entrance shaft. both were prepared for the worst. But the tomb had been robbed and then resealed. The next 2 days must have been torturous for them.
As they moved slowly down this passage, it was pitch black and full of obstacles, dust and debris that had gathered over the millennia. Much more worrying were signs of broken pots and jars. Carter wrote in his diary, these were disturbing elements as they pointed towards plunder.
Over the next 2 days, Carter and Carnarvon held their nerve, continuing their inch-by-inch advance along this corridor, clearing away the debris.
At 4 p.m., after 9 meters of digging, they found another door. It was right here. Mysteriously, again, this one showed that someone had been in, but it had been closed up, it had been resealed, and even replastered.
The team continued digging. Carter sent for more candles to work in the darkness, and carefully they began to make a hole just big enough to see what was beyond. With Carnarvon just behind him, Carter peered into the darkness. It was some time before one could see, the hot air causing the candle to flicker, but as one's eyes became accustomed to the light, the interior of the chamber gradually loomed before one.
What happens next was probably the singular, most famous, most miraculous moment in the history of archaeological discovery. Carter was looking through the small hole that he'd made here. He wrote that Carnarvon said to me, "Can you see anything?" I replied to him, "Yes, it is wonderful." Years later, he put it a bit more poetically. He wrote, "As my eyes grew accustomed to the light, details of the room within emerged slowly from the mist. Strange animals, statues, and gold. Everywhere, the glint of gold."
When Carter and Carnarvon eventually broke through into the chamber, both were overwhelmed. Alia Ismail has joined me to describe the amazing discovery.
So these are things you saw stacked up. What kind of things are these?
So this would be like beds over here, these, and some food mummies because they thought they needed the food in the afterlife. You can see even the chariots.
Okay, so this is the room we're in right now. Isn't that amazing?
Yes.
By the candlelight, it would have just been flickering. It would have been just magical.
Yes. It's always more romantic with this candlelight. So we can think of it how it was.
But 100 years ago, as Carter looked more closely, he suddenly became gripped with a sense of foreboding. Something seemed wrong. The place was a mess, more like a ransacked storeroom than an undisturbed tomb.
Coming in here, you would think, did people just stash things? Did they not think about putting it in order? He didn't know. And then he was scared. He was so scared because he wanted to find a tomb. Digging for 5 years looking for the tomb and then he finds the cache was a disappointment for him.
Talking about disappointment, I think anyone else in the world would have been thrilled to discover that.
I know, but he wanted a tomb.
But then as Carter looked further, something caught his eye. 2 guardian statues.
He saw those statues flanking the east side of the wall. He thought, no, these statues in their basement, there might be something beyond that wall.
Although the 2 statues were against a wall, they looked carefully placed, as if flanking the entrance to a burial chamber. Then he saw something else.
And when he noted that there are lots of cartouches of Tutankhamun on the objects that he's looking at, he was sure now that this was the tomb of Tutankhamun.
Carter and Carnarvon felt confident enough to make their discovery public. They headed across the Nile into Luxor.
In late November 1922, Carnarvon and Carter summoned the world's press here to the Winter Palace Hotel in Luxor to announce what they had discovered. Carnarvon secured a lucrative deal, selling the exclusive rights to the story to the Times of London. The whole world was instantly captivated. Did Tutankhamun and his treasures still lie buried in the tomb? Carter had thoroughly surveyed this chamber, and it was time now to take his search beyond the wall that stood at this end. You can still see the outline of where it used to be. He believed that through here he would find the innermost saint, the burial chamber of the pharaoh Tutankhamun. On February the 17th, 1923, Carter and his team carefully took down the wall piece by piece. What lay behind it was incredible. Not a room, but a solid wall of gold. This was surely the burial chamber. In celebration, the dig closed down for 10 days. While Carter stayed in Luxor, Lord Carnarvon decided to sail down the Nile for a holiday. It should have been a triumphant trip after 7 years of digging. While he was away, Carnarvon was bitten by a mosquito. He should have been fine, but he managed to slice the top of the scab off while he was shaving here at the hotel. The wound went septic. Carnarvon died. Without Carnarvon's money and support, the world's most exciting archaeological discovery was now in jeopardy. And no one knew yet what lay behind that golden wall.
We all want somewhere to call home. But where would be the best place to live?
A roar of nature just hits you in the face.
I'm joined by Oria Duba and Symmetra Saka as we travel the four corners of the United Kingdom to find the Sunday Times best place to live.
That is a wow review.
The Sunday Times best places to live. Sunday on Channel 5 and My 5.
Sri Lanka, about the most beautiful and inspiring island you could imagine. A land of extraordinary cultures, bustling cities, tranquil mountains, exotic food, there are cheeses like this, and remarkable people. That's the sweetest thing I've ever seen. A magical place. Join me, Alexander Armstrong, in Sri Lanka. It starts Thursday at 9 on Channel 5 and My 5.
She sorrowed into death. Tracks of tears like cuttings on her skin. I want to talk through everything we know to be true.
This was a brutal, premeditated murder.
Everything you need to know. I'll be out the ordinary. Please go and fetch a Bible from this with us.
Yes, sir. Don't.
I find this rather disgraceful. You're treating us as suspects. You are unexpected, not at all like the local coppers. What is it that you're not telling us? All my life I've spent listening to people dancing around the truth. We know you made one mistake. You will have made more.
The new series of Dalbridge. Watch the full series now on My 5.
From Louis to Archie, meet a new generation. It does fall upon Charles to educate as they prepare to live a life of duty.
We need to know as much as possible. They represent the future of the royal family.
The Fab Five, the King's Grandchildren, next Saturday at 9:20 on Channel 5.
Simba Hybrid Mattress sponsors evenings on Channel 5.
April 1923. The mood had darkened in the Valley of the Kings. Just 6 months after Howard Carter, his sponsor Lord Carnarvon, had discovered Tutankhamun's tomb, Carnarvon was dead. Carter was distraught. He hadn't just lost a great friend, He lost his financier and the license to dig. The money and the permission were both in Carnarvon's name. The tomb was only half excavated, and now the whole project was in jeopardy.
Carter had little choice. Despite the fact she was still mourning the loss of her husband, Carter approached Lady Carnarvon. If she would agree to continue the financing, he could continue to excavate. Lady Carnarvon agreed to take up the license in her name. 6 months after Carnarvon's death, work began again.
Day after day, Carter returned here to the tomb. He made his big discovery, but he still had the hard work of cataloguing thousands of precious objects.
And they were incredible. From royal beds, treasure chests, and the carved heads of gods. But the greatest prize was still potentially hidden behind the golden wall. The body of Tutankhamun was yet to be found. Until Carter had explored that burial chamber, discovered whether Tutankhamun still lay there undisturbed, his quest was incomplete. He began investigating the Golden Wall. What he discovered was incredible. It was part of a huge box, filling a room from floor to ceiling. It took 6 weeks and an army of workmen to pack and remove the gold from the tomb. Finally, the burial chamber of Tutankhamun lay before Howard Carter.
Now this is much more familiar. These beautiful paintings of humans and gods.
Amazing. You can see a lot of images of Tutankhamun.
Every inch of the wall covered with mysterious, fabulous pictures. In the center of the room, the sarcophagus itself.
This is what he'd been hoping, praying to see for years.
It was a magnificent sight. So you can see here the sarcophagus is flanked by 4 protection goddesses, and you can see the wings on the inside protecting him. And you can see his name, of course, and his titles.
That's his signature there.
Absolutely. That's his royal name, that's his birth name. You can see both of them.
With the king's name engraved across the sarcophagus, Carter finally had the confirmation he needed that it belonged to Tutankhamun himself.
Everybody else had been trying. No one had ever found an intact royal tomb in the Valley of the Kings.
Absolutely. And people thought Carter was a madman to go and dig there. And look at him, what he's found.
But there was just one final task before Carter could celebrate fully. The most important one of all. Lifting the lid on the sarcophagus.
Carter was now standing next to the sarcophagus, surrounded by a group of officials and archaeologists. As this 1 1/4 ton lid was winched off, there were gasps of astonishment. Inside was a golden coffin bearing the image of Tutankhamun himself.
The first intact royal burial had surfaced from the Valley of the Kings after 200 years of hunting. And within the spectacular, beautiful coffin lay the greatest treasure the world had ever seen. The golden death mask of boy king Tutankhamun. 3,000 years after his tomb was sealed up for eternity, his treasures still take your breath away. The battle to discover the secrets of the Valley of the Kings is as fascinating and full of intrigue as the story of the ancient tombs themselves. from Belzoni's inspired discovery of Seti's magnificent tomb, to the disturbing revelations of Lore's Tomb of Horrors, and ultimately, the passion, determination, and glory of Howard Carter's hunt 100 years ago. Today, few people would claim with any certainty the Valley has given up all its secrets. How could they? With hundreds of years of extraordinary discoveries, tombs, and precious objects. I think this rocky canyon in the desert will go on dozens with its treasures.
A behind-the-scenes tour revealing the secrets of its fascinating project. The Natural History Museum of Wonder is new Wednesday at 8. Settling up to prove justice has a number, starring Denzel Washington and Chris Pratt. The Magnificent Seven is next.
Now there's even more time every morning to have your say. Start your day with me from 9:15 before I hand the big topics open the store.
I'll continue the debates before Alexis joins me.
And I'll take the discussion through to lunchtime. We'll be bringing you more of the day's big stories.
A deeper dive into the morning's headlines.
And keeping you in great company all morning long. With more opportunity to hear your views, the conversation just got bigger.
Every day, something new.
Every day surprising. Weekday mornings from 9:15 on Channel 5 and My 5.
De Barcelona, Boiler, Born, Door Design, de Electric, Exciting, F de Formentor, de Forward, de Flash Forward, H de Héroe, P de Performance, R de Raval y de Rosalía también, T de Terramar, de Tabascan, y Z de Zic, de Zac, E de Zic, Zac, Cupra.
The panic.
It's like Shannon, it's exploded.
The deadline.
2 hours to go.
The joy.
That's too hot. Oh, I love you.
And the theme tune. Brand new Charlie Janica Dementia Special. Sunday at 7:30 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Kevin Costner embarks on an epic fight for survival on the high seas in thriller Waterworld tomorrow afternoon at 2:50. Now starring Denzel Washington and Chris Pratt, The Magnificent Seven.
He's just a man. Turn out with the party. He's a man with a plate of mine and mouth. And his miners are camping on escorts now. A man seizing our land. A man with dozens of hired guns on his payroll. You know that, right? Who's going to stand up to a man like that? We will. But just fought with one. Oh.
There are laws on our
Go
side.
against the law, Matthew. Bought and paid for. Even got a sheriff on his payroll.
That's why I say we fight.
I say, I ain't fighting and I ain't leaving.
Well, you know,
God will provide.
that is right, brother. So that the Lord surely will provide.
Now. Oh, it's a businessman. It's just reasonable. We'll give you a fair share.
Oh, yeah, right.
Sheriff Gavin, you're the only one making money here. You're doing your
Now, Ben, that ain't fair. You know that. You were there the other night.
You know that's a lie, you know
Reason. That's the dedication how far reason got there. Our farms are rocky. It's only a matter of time before he drives all of us out.
Folks, for the sake of our children.
I believe it's time we leave Rose Creek. Where? We gotta go. I know you're scared. We all are. But we came far to get here. Suffered losses too painful to bear to make this our home. We did it. All of us. Together. This valley is ours. I agree with that.
I'm with Matthew.
This is the Lord's house. No place for goods. No women and children.
Let's develop.
This is what you love, where you die for. And what your children's children work on, suffer for, you soon die. Let me go. Come on, Chris. Come on, boy. Come on. I come here for gold. Gold. This country is unequated democracy with capitalism. Capitalism with God. You're standing not only in the way of progress and capital, you're standing in the way of God. And for what? You'll help me out? That's fine. Sure. No? Land. This is no longer land. Woman put a pin in the map. They descended me to this God-forsaken valley and cast my gaze upon it. It seems to be land. Oh, yeah. This is your God? $20 for each parcel of dust. That is my offer. It won't sweeten. It'll own itself.
contest for no return. Get their $20. Those of you who do not, may your good Lord help you. What kind of man are you? What did these people ever do to you? For what, folks? For land? For land? Stay down.
Leave the bodies where they lie. Let them look at them.
Got what, Dick? Sorry, don't care that guy. You know what? In that case, I'll have it up. What's that for? Information. Little boy, man. Big though. Not your side. Name his mama gave him. Daniel Harris. Sometimes he goes by the name. Goddamn. Killed Lieutenant Farmer. His son is cold blood. So old man Star Wars. Man's life tried anything. Took advantage of killed that kid. Ain't heard of him. No, I said it was just man. Had a bullet scar. Left shoulder. Right there. How the damn ran with an outlaw named July Willis. Yeah, he left him. Yeah. I died. What was that? Somebody fetch a sheriff. Dan, Dad? Idiot. I had just ordered a drink. Money for blood. You and your business. Name is Sam Chisholm. Who is one warrant officer of the Third Court in Wichita, Kansas. I'm also a licensed peace officer in the Indian Territories of Kansas, Nebraska, and 7 other states. Now, this man is wanted on charges in Nebraska, expedited by federal writ under the common state law enforcement. Why is your Thomas Wichita for the reward after the money goes to the man's widow? Hold my part for me till I get back. What do you here? Off into the mountains, out to Vaquero. Tell me, sir. Keep me. Are you a bounty hunter, sir? No, sir. Yeah, that's Powder Dan. Keep him on that. I need a man with your qualifications. Can't afford it. You at least describe the race. Offer particulars. Rose Creek. It's only 4 days ride from here. A rich man is overtaking the town. He's killed half a dozen men. He's got the sheriff on his payroll. Blackstone agency since he's born. You don't need a bounty. I mean, you need an army. We intend to hire one, sir.
see me again, Ray. Wow, Bill. That ain't you. Shit. You know, Wild Bill. They call me. Two gun kid. Hands away from your weapons there, guys. Hands up. Hands up. In the way. Hands gonna kick me. I'm trying to. What's that? This break? Now turn around. Not for sale.
Mister! Miss! It's make me chase. I have a proposition.
I'm wary of propositions.
Mrs. I'm not sure if my friend will deal with the details.
Enough of it.
Then why won't you at least listen? We're simple farmers. Decent, hardworking people being driven from our homes. Men slaughtered in cold blood. Women and children without food or essentials. All because some man named Oak puts a mine up valley and take it from us.
I'll follow you both.
You know?
Yes, man. What's this?
Everything we have. That's what it's worth to us.
A lot for my work, but never everything.
That man murdered us. Killed him dead in the middle of the street.
Where do you see that?
I seek righteousness. That should be ours. But I'll take it.
Rich House Poorhouse returns,
It's gonna be a magazine!
beginning with a millionaire special.
Got this for chimneys.
But what happens when old money meets new money?
You feel like a pencil. It's off the coach.
Rich House Poorhouse starts Sunday at 9 on Channel 5 and Night 5.
She sorrowed into death. Tracks of tears like cuttings on her skin.
I want to talk through everything we know to be true.
This was a brutal, premeditated murder.
Everything I need to know.
Nothing out of the ordinary at all.
Would you please go and fetch a Bible from this woman's room?
Yes, sir. Don't.
I find this rather disgraceful. You're treating us as suspects.
You are unexpected and at all like the local coppers.
What is it that you want telling us? All my life I've spent listening to people dancing around the truth. We know you made one mistake. You would have made more.
The new series of Dalgleish. Watch the full series now on My 5.
From Louis to Archie, meet a new generation. It does fall upon Charles to educate as they prepare to live a life of duty.
We need to learn as much as possible.
They represent the future of the world.
The Family, The King's Grandchildren, next Saturday at 9:20 on Channel 5.
The two-gun kid. That's my name now. Because you got two guns. Maybe not. Oh, he's getting back. Did he shoot you? Goddamn mouth. Dirty walker. He's mad his mom gave his name Earl. So we take him over into that mine there. Oh, this is as good a place. It's a mine fair day. You want to kill him? You're going to rob him. No, not killing that one. Rats. Virginia City. They didn't pass. It's too many people. She had $50 in a card game. Sure, you got to do it. Cheap. Gentlemen, allow me a moment to show you something like that. Show us our money, Ferdy. Hey, we ain't playing no game. You got to drop off. You get a good out of this. Come on out. You take one real quick. You know how I like that. But keep the gun. Not say that on it. No tricks now. Don't let me see it. Show yours. Yeah. Commit the card to memory. When you're ready, put the card back here. Keep your gun on it. And, there's no way I know what your card is because I didn't see it. Yeah. Come on, let's go. Cross paths. This is all good. Keep you running. Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't want to, John. You shouldn't have touched my gun.
The only way in is the valley floor. The main road in and out is to the west.
Where's the mine? And where's Bo?
So I come in back in less than 3 weeks.
How many men do you got left in the house? 40, maybe.
Farmers, not farmers.
What are you waiting on? Just get it out of control. There's a light in the saloon, and then you can't even control a silly horse. Come on, lad, get in there.
Silly horse, it's a stallion. Jack has killed men before, so you gotta be careful. I require my horse back. That horse.
2 days past. Your horse is my Irish whiskey. Behind the saloon, rolling dice.
That, sir, is a liar. Absolute fabric. Good Lord. I thought that was a dream. I thought you were a leprechaun. That was real. I was mistaken. I would like to buy my horse back. Oh, I have funds at the moment. So we have ourselves an Mexican standoff on it between an Irishman and a Baptist. I'm not sure how that ends.
But you walking away without your horse. Why'd you have to walk touch your gun?
We were in the middle of a gentleman's negotiation. How much for his horse?
$25 for the horse. 72 feet. Not pads, box.
What's the right with the pleasure? Took a job looking for some men to join me. Is money in it? You want to walk?
My name's Emma Ford. This is my associate, Freddie Keith.
I do have an affinity for shiny things. Is it difficult? Impossible. How many you got so far? 8. But them? You and me? Send a woman to gather guns, not very chivalrous.
I volunteered. Insisted, actually.
A lot of fire in that one. Begs the question. Whose execution do we seek? All following your boat? Mark Vogue? Robert Barron? There's gold inflation. Gold doesn't do much good with Americans. Going out. Just leave my horse. I'll pay for you. Let's speak it out loud. 20 miles east of here, about Colonel Springs, the flag station. Look for a pitch named Grover Shaw. Good thing, Grover Shaw. That's right. Meet me outside Junction City in 3 days. If I ain't dead, then you think I'm dead. Keep on. Go with me. This one. Yeah.
At the end of the story,
And again, it's just they haven't bought no experience.
Yeah.
And then, when you, when you
First trip? Well, don't worry, things hardly ever fuck up around here.
Good evening, Doug. I'm Dr. Lowe.
Nice to meet you.
Ernie Patchin, Matrix 62B37. And would you like to stand and grade some alien stuff?
Sure, why not? Two-headed monsters?
Don't you keep up with the news? We're doing alien artifacts now.
Wow.
Yeah, they date back a million years. Ernie,
That's in there. What's the guy on Mars?
been married long?
8 years.
Like a little hanky.
Really, it was all fast.
Ready to dream life? I'll be asking you some questions, Doug, so we can fine-tune the ego program. If you answer honestly, you'll enjoy yourself a whole lot more. Your sexual orientation.
Bedroom.
So, how do you like your women? Blonde? Brunette? Redhead?
Brunette.
Slim? Athletic? Voluptuous?
Athletic.
Demure? Aggressive? Sleazy? Be honest?
Stacy.
41A, Ernie.
Why is he gonna have a wild time? He's not gonna want to come back. That's for sure.
So, what do you say?
I'm not so sure, and I don't get a souvenir.
Not true. For just a few more credits, we supply t-shirts, snapshots of you at the site, and even letters.
Oh,
What is it?
you better get down here.
Look, I am with a very important client.
It looks like we got another schizoid embolism.
I'll be right back.
Mr. McLean? Mr. McLean? Mom, what's wrong?
Don't let her leave.
You broke my cover!
You can't go simple goddamn double implant.
It's not my fault you had a memory cat.
They'll be here any minute. They killed you
What
all!
is he talking about?
They go!
Mr. Quaid, try to calm down.
My leg is not great. No, I'm timing now. I'm timing. Let me go.
Are you all right? Listen to me. He has been going on and on about Mars. He has really been there.
Use your head, you dumb bitch. He's just acting out the secret agent portion of his ego trip.
I'm afraid that's not possible.
Why not?
Because we haven't implanted it yet.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
I've been trying to tell you. Someone has erased his memory.
Wait, excuse me. Someone? We're talking about the fucking agency.
Shut up! Bob, the client's gone.
Okay. All right. Look, here's what we're going to do. Renata, cover up any memory that he's got of us or recall.
I'll do what I can. It's pretty messy in there.
Ernie, dump him in a cab. Around the corner. Tiffany, you help him. I'm going to destroy his file and refund his money. And if anybody comes asking, we never even heard of Douglas Quaid.
This might take a little bit. Really?
Okay, now you ready for a good day?
He was a scientific hypothesis. She was a clinical study. And the future breakthrough that could cure her is closer than ever. With our research, we can keep saving lives like hers. Donate now to science fiction into reality.
Sell your car the motorway way, where dealers compete to give you their best price. Motorway, the way to sell your car.
Shaken under milkshake.
Do what makes you happy. ICPX, the UK's freshest streaming service. Now you can go free. Oh, this is good. Stream all of your favorites ad-free. Hell yeah! And get even more shows and films with access to Britbox. Start your free 7-day trial today and go premium on ITVX.
You can almost feel yourself starting to relax. With summer flights to Europe from $32.99 one way and package holidays from £309 per person. Book today at easyjet.com.
M&S have started a revolution in the way we farm chickens in this country. Like here in Somerset, see what they've been up to. Emily, what's going on here?
So this farm's really special. It might look like the ordinary farm, but when you open the door and see the chickens in there, it's really different.
It sounds like really good.
M&S is really raising the bar with their own style chicken.
They've got more space, they've got natural life, they've got perches to perch on, they've got the bales in such a relief, this slower and real.
They've got everything set up to express natural behaviour and do what chickens need to do.
So you've got happier chickens, happier farmer. Absolutely. And I hope that everybody thinks about how it was grown and where it came from.
M&S have been revolutionary in the way chickens are, and we'd love to see other retailers do the same.
The chicken's been real here. There's that flavour coming back into it. It's the way that they're cared for, the love, the heart, the soul, it adds up to everything. Living and growing up in an environment like this, sure, it's going to taste incredible.
There's more to love this summer at Matalan. Morning. Hey. Trees, I won't let you take me down. Alevia hay fever relief lasts for 24 hours. Acts within 1 hour, and it's non-drowsy in most people. When hay fever hits, take Alevia before your symptoms take over you. Alevia, try it now. Alevia, available in store.
I like the new arrival.
Oh, I'm gonna say hello.
Yes, hello.
All right, I'm Trevor. Connie?
Well, it's more of a hugger. I'll leave it to you to it.
From toys to tech to homeware, there's more to Argos.
Was already dead.
How did you know? I want to know what happened to us.
Stop now! You knew what he was doing.
How can you be so sure?
And our miserable TV event over 4 nights without Sid. Starts Monday at 9 on ITV1.
Let's begin.
am I?
You're in a Johnny Cat.
I mean, what am I doing here?
I'm sorry. Would you please rephrase the question?
How did I get in this taxi?
The door opened. You got in. Hell of a day, isn't it? This okay?
Right here.
Thank you for taking Johnny Cat.
Thank you.
Hope you enjoyed the ride. Hey, Quay.
Gary, how was your trip to Mars?
What trip?
You went to recall, remember?
I did.
Yeah, you did. I told you not to, but you went anyway.
What are you, my father?
Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
Listen, I'm already late. Thank you very much.
Hey!
Come on, bring it all down here. Come on, move it. Let's go get that drink.
What's going on? What the fuck did I do wrong? Tell me.
You blamed Quaid. You blamed about Mars.
Are you crazy? I don't even know anything about Mars.
You should have listened to me, Quaid. I was there to keep you out of trouble.
Harry, you're making a big mistake. You got me mixed up with somebody else.
Pal, you got yourself mixed up with somebody.
And shift and stroke and pivot and serve and shift and stroke. Very good. Perfect form. And serve and shift and stroke. Hi, honey. Pivot and serve and shift. What are you doing?
Some men just tried to kill me.
Muckers? Are you all right?
No, they were spies or something. And Harry from Mercury was the Harry from Mercury was the boss.
Take it easy, Derek. Okay? Tell me exactly what happened. Why would spies want to kill you?
No, it's such a stupid boss.
Mars? Never even seen Mars.
I know it sounds crazy. See, I went to this recall place after work.
You went to those brain butchers?
Let me finish.
What did they do to you? Tell me.
I got a trip to Mars. And so what happened was, well, forget about recall, will you? These guys were going to kill me.
Doug, nobody tried to kill you.
They did, but I killed them.
Listen to me, sweetheart. Those assholes at Recall have fucked up your mind. You're having paranoid delusions.
You call this a delusion?
Doug? Doug, I'm gonna call a doctor.
Don't call anybody. Hello.
Where'd he go? Get out!
Lori. Why are you doing this, Lori?
said talk.
I'm not your wife.
The hell you not.
I swear to God, I never saw you before 6 weeks ago. Our marriage is just a memory implant.
You think I'm stupid? Our wedding,
It was implanted by the agency.
falling in love.
Implanted.
Our friends, my job, 8 years together. Suppose all of this was implanted too?
The job's real. The agency set it up.
Bullshit.
They erased your identity and implanted a new one. I was written in as your wife so that I could watch you and make sure the erasure took. Sorry, Quaid. Your whole life is just a dream.
Okay then. If I'm not me, who the hell am I?
It's me. I just work here. Doug. Doug, there's something I want you to know. You were the best assignment I ever had. Really.
I'm honored.
Sure you don't want to? Just for old time's sake? Come on. If you don't trust me, you can tie me up.
I didn't know you're so kinky.
Maybe it's time you found out.
Clever girl.
You wouldn't shoot me, would you, Doug? After all we've been through?
Some of it was fun. There's knowing you.
Don't touch her.
Nobody here.
Are you okay?
Guess I blew it.
What does he remember?
Nothing so far.
I've got him. Shit, he's going for the subway. Let's get him. Go.
Let's go, move it.
Pack your stuff and get out of here.
What if they bring him back?
Not a chance.
Subway, go! Get him! He's got a gun! Cut him off that way! Over there! Hold it! Don't move! Get out of here!
The escalator. You four go watch it. You come with me.
space travel the old-fashioned way on a real fine holiday you can afford.
I want that fucker dead.
I don't blame you, man. I wouldn't want a guy like Quaid working my old age.
You saying she likes it?
No, I'm sure she hated every minute of it.
Richter here, patch it through.
What the fuck is going on down there?
I'm trying to neutralize the traitor, sir.
If I wanted him dead, you moron, I wouldn't have dumped him on Earth.
We can't let him run around. He knows too much.
Laurie says he can't remember jack shit.
That's now. In an hour, he could have total recall.
Listen to me, Richter. I want Quaid delivered alive for reimplantation. Have you got that? I want him back in place with Laurie. Did you hear me?
What was that, sir? I couldn't hear you.
What are you doing?
Switching to another channel, sir. I've got sunspot.
Call me back! Call me back!
I'm losing you. Where is he?
Second level Galleria. You should have killed Quaid on Mars.
How we doing?
Right.
The lid. We got it.
If you want to live, don't hang up. What do you want? They've got your bug. They'll be busting down your door in about 3 minutes unless you do exactly what I say. Don't bother searching, the bug's in your skull.
Who are you?
Never mind. Wet a towel and wrap it around your head. That'll muffle the signal.
How'd you find me?
I'd advise you to hurry. This will buy you some time. They won't be able to pinpoint you.
Shit! What? I lost it. We'll find you.
Yeah, right. Come on, hurry up. You look beautiful. Now go to the window. Go. Can you see me down here?
Mm-hmm.
This is the suitcase you gave me.
I gave you?
I'm gonna set it here. Tell me get it. Keep moving.
Wait.
What?
Who are you?
We were buddies in the agency back on Mars. You asked me if you disappeared to come and find you, so here I am. Bye.
What was I doing on Mars? Excuse me, man. This is mine.
See your name on it?
Left it for me.
Go find your own bag.
Excuse me, ma'am, but I need it.
Fuck you, you asshole.
Son of a bitch gotta be around here somewhere. That guy there.
Hello. I'm Johnny Cap. Where can I take you tonight?
Drive.
Would you please repeat the destination?
Oh, anywhere. Just go. Go.
Please state your street and number.
Shit.
I'm not familiar with that address. Would you please repeat it? Fasten your seatbelt. The fare is 18 credits, please.
Show me, dickhead.
We hope you enjoyed the ride.
Howdy, stranger. This is Hauser. If things have gone wrong, I'm talking to myself, and you've got a wet towel wrapped around the head. And whatever your name is, get ready for the big surprise. You are not you. You're me. No shit.
609, come in. Find him. We picked up an explosion at the old cement factory. Send 2 units, we'll meet you there. Roger.
All my life I worked for Mars Intelligence. I did Cohagen's dirty work. But a few weeks ago I met somebody, a woman, and I learned a few things, like I've been playing for the wrong team. All I can do now is try to make up for it. See, there's enough shit in here to fuck Cohagen good. Unfortunately, if you listen to this, that means that he has got to be first. And here comes the hard part, old buddy. Now it is all up to you. Great.
What do we got? Nothing here. He's gone. I got a weak signal over there. Split up. Find us.
First, let's get rid of the bug in your head. Take this thing out of the case and stick it up your nose. Don't worry, it's self-guiding. Just shove real hard. When you hear the crunch, you're there. Just put it on. Be careful. It's my head too.
I got a lock.
Now this is the plan. Get your ass to Mars. Then go to the Hilton and flash that Brubeck ID at the desk. That's all there's to it. Just do what I tell you. If you can nail that son of a bitch who fucked you and me, I'm counting on you, buddy. Don't let me down.
asked the boss.
Don't worry, she can't escape the electric fence. I'm dead. Now, you ready for a good day?
He was a scientific hypothesis. She was a clinical study. And the future breakthrough that could cure her is closer than ever. With our research, we can keep saving lives like hers. Donate now to turn science fiction into reality.
It's very savage. Grab an axe.
Yes!
The gravel axe, please.
The UK's fastest 5G network. Free.
Sure, non-stop protection. 72-hour anti-perspirant plus motion sensor. Tested to the limit. Upgrade to Sure 72-hour non-stop protection.
De Barcelona, Boiler, Born, Door Design, E de Electric, Exciting, F de Formentor, de Forward, de Flash Forward, H de Héroe, P de Performance, R de Raval y de Rosalía también, T de Terramar, D de Tabascan, y Z de Zic, de Zac, y de Zic, Zac. Cupra.
ITVX is the UK's freshest new streaming service with thousands of shows and films. But did you know you can go premium with ITVX? Oh, this is good. What else? Stream all of your favorites ad-free. Fill your boots! And get even more shows and films with access to BritBox. It's nice to be wanted, isn't it? So, what are you waiting for? Start your free 7-day trial today and go premium on ITVX.
Gum problems can cause more problems, like bad breath and sensitive teeth. Corsidil Gum Plus is scientifically proven to target gum problems to help protect your whole mouth. Corsidil Gum Plus, breath and sensitivity.
Let me show you that.
Let me say something, it's a good life, it's a good vibe, it's a good time. Yo, let me show you something. Let me say something. Let me say something. Let me say something.
Come seek the Royal Caribbean.
Deliveroo presents Decision Time. You want everything. But what's it going to be this time? Pizza. Yes. I love you. Scrap that. Burgers in town. Come and dance, you delicious meaty beauty. Chicken. Go on, have a pink bite. Rain down, you ask. Oh. Tim's ordered noodles. Decision made. Order now. Deliveroo. Food, we get it.
I am what I am. I don't want pain. I don't want pity. I'm so if my love makes bottle and makes black on, why not see things from a different angle? Your life is a sham to you can't shout out.
Today is just about getting a clearer picture of what happened, your decision making. What is she hiding?
Access continues tomorrow at 9 on ITV1, or stream the full series free on ITVX.
Let's go. Professor, can I ask you a favor?
Welcome to the Mars Federal Colony. For your safety and comfort, domes have been installed to protect you from the vacuum outside. Please do not touch exterior windows or airlocks. And since the air vacuum is limited, no smoking is allowed anywhere in the colony. Thank you and enjoy your stay on Mars.
Passport?
Get out of the way. Hey, wait! Stand back! Mrs. Cohagen wants to see you. Right away.
Any news of Quaid?
Not since you lost him.
Watch your mouth, Captain.
We've got a car to take.
So how long do you plan to stay on Mars?
2 weeks. Look at that shit.
What the hell's this?
The Martians love Kawako. They think he's fucking George Washington.
Kill the bastard.
Nobody knows who he is.
Have you brought any fruits or vegetables onto the planet?
2 weeks.
Excuse me?
2 weeks. 2 weeks.
It's not just graffiti. The rebels took over the refinery last night. No Trevini was going down, and it gets worse. The rebels
That's Quaid! Where? The woman! Get him! Her!
arrest that woman!
Catch!
Get ready for a surprise.
They're all connected.
It's terrible.
And a few days ago, Cohagen raised the price of air.
Again?
Nobody on Earth gives a damn what happens up here.
Yeah, they just want up Trevinium so they can fight this stupid war. Excuse me, what's that?
You mean the pyramid mine? I used to work there.
Till they found that alien shit inside.
Well, that's a rumor, isn't it?
Think so?
Mr. Cohagen. You wanted to see me, sir?
Richter, do you know why I'm such a happy person?
No, sir.
Because I've got the greatest job in the solar system. As long as the turbinium keeps flowing, I can do anything I want. Anything. In fact, the only thing I ever worry about is that one day, if the rebels win, it all might end.
You're fucking making it happen! First you try and kill Quaid, and then you let him get away.
It helped him. But
Who told you to think? I don't give you enough information to think. You do what you're told. That's what you do.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's get down to business. We've got a tricky situation here. Plato wants what's in Quaid's head. And he might be able to get it because they say he's psychic. And I have a plan to keep this from happening. Do you think you could play along?
Yes, sir.
Great. Because otherwise I'll erase your ass.
Taxi? You need a taxi, sir? I got magazines, I got music, I got whiskey. Hey, man, you need a cab, man? Come on.
Afternoon. Can I help you?
Yes, I would like to have a room, please.
Nice to have you back with us, Mr. Brubaker. Would you like the same suite?
Oh, definitely.
Seems you've left something in our safe.
Could you get it, please?
Identification? I'll go and code your room key.
Thank you.
There you go, Mr. Brubaker, suite 610 in the East Wing.
Thank you. Could I borrow your pen, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Hey, man, you need a cab?
What was wrong with this one?
He ain't got 5 kids to feed.
Where's yours?
Right over there, man. Hey, man, that's my bear. Hey, asshole, that's my bear. Eat this. Damn you, Benny. Welcome to Mars, man.
What the hell was that? An accident?
That's the rebels, man. Let's get out of here before they
you know. Well, sort of.
Damn, the man don't even know he's been in bars tonight. Voila! Venusville! Hey, you see anything you like? Well, this is the end of the line. We better walk from here. I'll show you the way. Hey, you want to know the future?
What about the past?
Come on, it's around the corner. Right down this alley. Hey, they got everything. Not bad, huh?
Read your palm, your mind, your aura, probe the secrets of your heart.
I bet I can guess your birthday.
What is it?
You're a Taurus, right?
How did you guess? Tell me something now. What psychics?
Freaks? Afraid so, man. It goes with the territory.
What happened to them?
Cheap dogs and nowhere to clean out the rings. So, this is it. The last resort. You sure you going here, man?
Why not?
I know this much better place down the street. The girls are cleaner, the liquor ain't watered down.
Sure, and you get kickbacks.
Hey, man, I got 5 kids to feed.
Take him to the dentist.
Hey, thanks. Listen, I'll be waiting here for you. You just take your time. Benny's the name. Benny!
What do you want?
I'm looking for Melina.
She's busy. But they'll marry her. She's free.
Well, not free, honey, but available.
Thanks. I'll wait for Melina.
Earth slime.
Thing is, friend, Mel's real picky. She kind of sticks to her regulars.
Sure like me.
Mel! Hey, Mel! Hey.
Hello, Hauser. Still bulging, I see. What you been feeding this thing?
Bonds.
I think it's still hungry.
You got a lot of nerve showing your face around here, Hauser.
Look who's talking.
Hey, Johnny, give the big guy a break.
Relax. They live longer.
Come on.
Honey, take care of Tommy, will you? No problem. If you need any help with this one, give me a holler.
You son of a bitch. You're alive. I thought that Cohagen tortured you to death.
I guess he didn't.
And you couldn't get me a message? You never even wondered what happened to me? How's it thank God you're alive?
Melina. Melina. Tell me something.
What?
I don't remember you.
What are you talking about?
I don't remember you. I don't remember us. I don't even remember me.
What did you get, amnesia? How did you get here?
Hauser left me a note.
Hauser, you're Hauser.
Not anymore. Now I'm Quaid. Douglas Quaid.
Hauser, you've lost your mind.
I didn't lose my mind. Cohagen stole it. He found out that Hauser switched sides, so he turned me to somebody else. Me.
This is too weird.
And he dumped me on the earth with a wife and a lousy child.
Did you say wife? Are you fucking married?
And she wasn't really my wife.
Oh, she isn't really your wife. How stupid of me. She was Hauser's wife?
Look, forget that I said
No,
wife.
just forget everything. I'm sick of you and your goddamn lies.
Why would I lie to you?
Because you're still working for Cohagen.
Don't be ridiculous.
You never loved me, Hauser. You just used me to get inside.
Inside what?
You better leave.
Melina, Hauser sent you to do something.
I'm not falling for it.
He says there's enough in here to nail Cohagen for good.
Get out!
You got to help me remember.
I said get out!
Melina, please. People are trying to kill me.
Really?
All right. I'm leaving.
Baby, you make me wish I had 3 hands.
Well, I think you're doing just fine with 2.
Excuse me, baby. We'll pick this up later. Hey, that didn't take long. Listen, let me ask you a question. You're a fucking mutant.
Take me to the hotel.
I know these Siamese twins, man. You won't know it. Come and come.
This afternoon at 4:30 p.m., I signed an order declaring martial law throughout the Mars Federal Colony. I will not tolerate any further damage to our mineral operations. Mr. Quato and his terrorists must understand that their self-defeating efforts will only bring misery and suffering to the people.
Mr. Quaid,
What?
I need to talk to you about Mr. House.
Who are you?
Dr. Edgemont from Rico.
How did you find me?
It's a little difficult to explain. Could you open the door? I'm unarmed. Don't worry, I'm alone. May I come in?
What do you want?
This is going to be very difficult for you to accept, Mr. Quaid.
I'm listening.
I'm afraid you're not really standing here right now.
You know, Doug, you could have fooled me.
I'm quite serious. You're not here, neither am I.
That's amazing. Where are we?
At Recall. You're strapped into an implant chair, and I'm monitoring you from the Psychoprobe console.
I get it. I'm dreaming. And all this is part of the delightful vacation your company has sold me.
Not exactly. What you're experiencing is a free-form delusion based on our memory tapes. But you're inventing it yourself as you go along.
It's my delusion. Who the hell invited you?
I've been artificially implanted as an emergency measure.
Oh.
I'm sorry to tell you this, Mr. Quaid, but you've suffered a schizoid embolism. We can't snap you out of your fantasy. And I've been sent in to try to talk you down.
How much is Cohagen paying you for this?
Think about it. Your dream started in the middle of the implant procedure. Everything after that, the chases, the trip to Mars, the suite at the Hilton, are all elements of your recall holiday and ego trip. You paid to be a secret agent.
Bullshit. Coincidence.
And what about the girl? Brunette, athletic, sleazy, and demure? Just as you specified, is that coincidence?
She's real. I dreamt about it before I even went to recall.
Mr. Quaid, can you hear yourself? She's real because you're dreaming her.
That's right.
Well, maybe this will convince you. Would you mind opening the door?
You open it.
No need to be rude. I'll do it.
Sweetheart.
Come in, Mrs. Quaid.
Well, I suppose you're not here either.
I'm here. I recall. I love you.
Right. That's why you tried to kill me.
No, I'd never do anything to hurt you. I want you to come back to me.
Bullshit.
What's bullshit, Mr. Quaid? That you're having a paranoid episode triggered by acute neurochemical trauma? Or that you're really an invincible secret agent from Mars who's the victim of an interplanetary conspiracy to make him think he's a lowly construction worker? Stop punishing yourself, Doug. You're a fine, upstanding man. You have a beautiful wife that loves you. Your whole life is ahead of you. But you've got to want to return to reality.
Let's assume I do. Then what?
Swallow this.
What is it?
It's a symbol of your desire to return to reality. Inside your dream, you'll fall asleep.
All right. Let's say you're telling the truth and this is all a dream. I could pull this trigger and it won't matter.
It won't make the slightest difference to me, Doug. The consequences to you would be devastating. In your mind, I'll be dead, and with no one to guide you out, you'll be stuck in permanent psychosis.
Doug, let Dr. Inchmore help.
The walls of reality will come crashing down. 1 minute, you'll be the savior of the rebel cause, and the next thing you know, you'll be Cohagen's bosom buddy. You'll even have fantasies about alien civilizations, as you requested, but in the end, back on Earth, you'll be lobotomized. So get a grip on yourself, Doug, and put down that gun. Good. Now take the pill and put it in your mouth. Swallow it.
Go ahead, sweetheart. Now you've done it. Now you've done it!
Oh.
You know how much I hate this fucking planet. Coffee. I got it.
Good. Bring him down on the surface elevator.
Honey, you wouldn't hurt me, would you, sweetheart? Sweetheart, be reasonable. After all, we're married.
Consider that a divorce.
That was your wife? What a bitch.
I thought he didn't like me.
Cohagen wants you dead. It might be okay. Got it.
He come back to apologize.
Kawada wants to see you. Come on.
what?
Jump!
Don't do it! What are you gonna do, kill us? The dome will crack!
You right?
That's what's like, hey,
These guys are going in circles. Come on, you drive. You guys are in trouble? No. What are you trying to do to me, man?
shut up and drive!
Hey, I got 5 kids to feed. Oh, shit.
I'm going to bed.
Thank you, Tom.
Ugh.
Hey, you wanna have some fun?
Where are they?
What are you talking about? I don't know.
Maybe you know.
I'll see you later.
Here, we've got the pin down.
Stop fighting and pull out. They've got Quaid. They're protecting